Rallies, the Dow up 241 points at the closing bell, stronger than expected second quarter reports from some retailers, including Target and Lowe's, helping to boost the market. America is listening to Fox News.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
Half a day. Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. I'm Jade Uggan of Umatic, and this is where I start my day. Listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Protehi itanonmu. Protect your land. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Two teenage murder suspects who killed themselves during a weeks-long manhunt in Canada reportedly recorded a last will and testament on a cell phone, saying goodbye to their families.
Police would not confirm to Fox News that tape exists, only saying they'll give an update in the coming weeks. But one family member who reportedly saw that tape interviewed with the Vancouver Star. That person told the newspaper they watched about 30 seconds of that video, saying police have the rest and the families don't know what else is on it or how long the recording is. The tape, if it exists, could hold answers as to why Briar Schmigelski and Cam McLeod allegedly killed 3 people, including a North Carolina woman and her Australian boyfriend, as well as a Canadian botany professor.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. The suspects were found dead with self-inflicted gunshot wounds 2 weeks ago. Multiple celebrities duped by a privacy hoax on social media.
Instagram's chief, Adam Mosseri, debunking a viral copyright meme claiming the platform is changing its privacy policies to use photos of users against them. Mosseri posting, "It's not true." The hoax, similar to one previously seen on Facebook, it's a block of text threatening user photos will become public and be able to be used in court cases. A slew of A-listers falling for it, including Rob Lowe, Julia Roberts, and even Secretary of Energy Rick Perry. The former Texas governor realizing the error, following up, saying, "I'll be darned. First time I've seen anything fake on the internet." Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Recapping the retail-driven rally on Wall Street. The Dow up 241, back over 26K. The NASDAQ back over 8,000. Even though the latest Fed minutes from the July meeting show big disagreement over interest rate cuts. Some board members didn't want any rate cut at all. Some wanted a much bigger cut. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Kelaguen Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
Whether it's for business or pleasure, staying connected when you travel is always essential. And now when you travel to South Korea, enjoy free data roaming with Docomo Pacific. Navigate the city, look up the best restaurants, email back home, or post all your pictures, all on the go for free. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your postpaid account is ready for roaming. You plus Docomo Pacific. Better together. Some conditions apply. See print ad for details.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Everybody's heard about the bird, the bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
Hafaday and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Vice Speaker Talina Nelson expressing concern over the insertion of a provision in the 2020 budget bill that lowers the professional qualifications for the chief of police. It removes the requirement that the next GPD chief must have no less than 15 years of progressive experience in a government law enforcement position, including 5 years at a supervisory command level and 5 years in a senior position with law enforcement management responsibilities. The provision first appeared in Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's version of the 2020 budget bill. It's not clear why it would not affect the current chief of police, Steve Ignacio, who has already been confirmed. However, it would apply to the next chief if one is selected during the course of the next fiscal year. Senator Nelson, in a statement to the media, said when individuals with machetes randomly assault innocent drivers and residents washing their laundry are held at knife point in front of their kids, our community should expect more from public safety leadership, not less, she said. The senator said the proposed change sends the wrong message that we should expect less from our leaders. People of Guam are right to expect more, she said in her statement. Nelson is not the public safety chair. Senator Pito Turlahi is, however, he is off island. Delegate Michael San Nicolas urged Guam lawmakers yesterday not to pass the local war reparations bill they're considering because it could jeopardize passage of his war claims correction measure, which is awaiting action in the U.S. Senate after clearing the House last month. San Nicolas called in by phone from Washington, D.C. to join the second day of debate over Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes' Bill 181. By the time San Nicolas was through, followed by a 3-hour recess, Senator Regine Bisco-Lee announced that San Nicolas had asked for more time. She said, "While we know that time is running out for many in our community, we respect his request and we pray that he gets it done." Lee then made a motion to end the debate with a recommendation to continue the discussion with all the stakeholders. No date was set to resume discussions on Bill 181. However, it remains on the legislative agenda. Late yesterday afternoon, Barnes issued a statement in response to San Nicolas's claim that passage of her bill would hamper passage of his war claims measure. Barnes said the delegate failed to provide anything concrete which would support his statements. Unless demonstrable progress is made by San Nicolas on advancing his bill, the Speaker said she intends to forge ahead with her measure. Some lawmakers did express renewed confidence in Bill 181 yesterday after they got copies of emails and other documents supporting the Leon Guerrero administration's claim that it's been in contact with federal authorities who support the dual-track approach to reparations, but by the end of the day, there was not enough support to advance the Speaker's war claims bill to the voting file. We'll have more news after this.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Coast 360 introduces our new youth banking program. Give your kids and teens a head start with Kids 360 and Teen 360, a program designed to help your child develop smart financial habits and learn about money. Introduce them to banking and get them on a path towards a thriving financial future. Plus, new youth members get a special lunch tote just in time for back to school, while supplies last. Learn more at coast360fcu.com or visit your favorite member center. Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. Terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
News time here at The Point is 11 minutes past 6 a.m. 38-year-old David James Cruz was released from prison yesterday into the care of third-party custodians by order of Superior Court Judge Vern Perez. Cruz is charged with 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct. The 19-year-old woman who alleges that Cruz repeatedly sexually assaulted her for the past 7 years rushed out of the Superior Courtroom following the decision. Judge Perez ordered Cruz to have no contact with the victim. The probation officer told the court that the custodians had been approved. This is a significant responsibility, said Judge Perez, addressing the defendant's custodians. He needs to be inside the house. Under no circumstances do I want him hanging out in the front yard where there's a chance of any exposure to neighbors. Probation also noted that there were children who lived near the home where the defendant would be staying. Cruz is expected to go to trial in January of next year. Price of a gallon of unleaded gas dropping 10 cents yesterday. Mobil and 76 were the first to lower their prices from $4.20 a gallon to $4.10 now. Shell followed their lead overnight. All three island fuel suppliers walk in lockstep on prices. This was the 9th price change of the year. It follows a price decrease or price increase of 10 cents on June 17th. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
Gas war. We need a gas war. Come on, guys. Get us fine.
Always gets me, and I never ever question Kevin, right? Because he's bigger than me. But I always, whenever I hear the gas prices dropping story, I wonder why it's so late in the newscast. I mean, if it was me, that was the top story today: is the price of gas down by a dime. How about that? 6:13 in the morning. I got partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. There's northeast winds, 10 to 15 miles an hour, decreasing 5 to 10 miles after sunset. Highs near 89 degrees. Overnight lows should be about 79 degrees. Sunset tonight at 6:38. Sunrise tomorrow morning at about 6:08. We'll take a look at the weather radar. Michael Knight, the Duke Sky Talker, a.k.a. Duke Sky Talker, in the Points Weather Center is going to take a look at the weather radar on Guam and tell us what early morning weather's going to be like.
Yeah, I got a few isolated showers out there in that slow northeasterly flow, and that's how things will stay. We see a few thunderstorms popping up in that mess, but that's all part of the diurnal cycle. It's peaking right now, and then we're about to go through the transition into the daytime. Once the daytime kicks up, just isolated stuff out there. No widespread rainfall expected for us anytime soon, actually. Rain chances even for this weekend now, looking a little bit down, so it might be a pretty good weekend going out there for grill marks. Yeah, could be. Checking satellite here, basically what's happened.
I forgot to press the button on the satellite.
No, you're grounded.
It'll come up in a second. Just tell me what you remember from the last time you looked.
Yeah, well, what we got is a trough down to the south of us now. That troughy weather that affected us the last few days has moved down to the south, and a spinaroo has spun up over there. That is a tropical storm now, and I want to say it's Haimu is the name. I'll have to look that back up, but I named it this morning on our group and then forgot because I'm old that way. But it is a tropical storm. It's going to keep moving up north and impact Taiwan and parts of China. For us, you can see we're in the slide in the clear spot. Got some blobbage down to the south, some over to the east. That will eventually make its way over here, but it probably won't look like that when it gets here.
Gotcha. That's news and plenty of weather together. 6:15 in the morning, and that's from our friends over at Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
Hey, they're good people over there. 6:15 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by my pals over at Cars Plus, because it's the summer of Jeep and it's been extended until the end of August. I remember in the beginning of August, that sounded like it was so far away. The end of August is literally next week, guys. So you've got between here and now to go on a test drive, and I'd really work on this, especially with the Jeep Wrangler, and especially with as how do I want to say this, muddy as the Boondocks have been. Maybe they'll let you do a test drive of Jeep Wrangler like over the weekend. Huh? You'll like it so much you're going to buy it anyway, and they can work on the paperwork with the bank. So check them out over at Cars Plus in Mighty Test Drive all weekend long, and enjoy 1.99% APR on your good credit. All it's got to do is be better than mine. Also brought to you by my friends over at American President Lines, APL, global presence with a local home. And then there's the guys over at Ruby Tuesdays and a fantastic happy hour the other night. And they're looking forward to seeing you again on next Tuesday when they do the 2-for-1 Tuesday. 2 endless garden bars, and then we've got all kinds of different entrees that you can choose from. Cheeseburgers and rack of ribs and broccoli pasta and bourbon chicken and plenty more. The only other tricky thing that you got to figure out is between you and whoever it is that you're eating with, what kind of dessert you're going to share.
Gypsies, tramps, and thieves, we hear it from the
that gag. Share, right? And we say share, and then we play a share song. That's gonna be That's gonna be the hallmark. That's gonna be 20 years from now. You're gonna go, man. You remember that guy on the radio? And every time he said share, they play a share song. Whew, you know. Anyway, so New York cheesecake and Frostbite's double chocolate cake. Those are the two items that you can select. It's 6:17 in the morning. I think that's plenty of yak. Let's get to the show.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
You're there. 6:18 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. And just thrilled to be here with you on what is going to be the last couple of days of work. Well, it's not really work, but the last couple of days of morning shows for me here on 93.3 The Point. More on that in a couple of minutes as we get to the program notes part of the program. But first, I got to hit you with the really, really important things. And the fact is, the show's got my name on it, but I'm not exclusively responsible for its success. I've got a lot of help and a lot of people behind me that keep pushing this thing forward, including Michael Knight, give yourself a round of applause. We have the round of applause. Get Michael Knight, ladies and gentlemen. Here, come on now. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, the tropical storm name is Bailu. That's a Chinese for a deer.
What is it?
Bailu.
Bailu, Chinese word for deer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, it's different. You know, when I was growing up, when you were growing up, when Kevin was just a lad, they named storms after women, and then they stopped doing that. And especially around here, they like to get words that have some kind of a cultural significance or some kind of a cultural meaning.
Yeah, there are 10 different countries that give names.
Some kind of gag. It's a deer, you said, right?
Yeah,
so it's some kind of gag. So every time the meteorologists talk about it, they're basically saying deer to each other.
Yeah, and in China, like many other languages,
yes,
words can mean other things, Bailu. It means a white deer, but it also stands for auspiciousness.
Ah, got it. Got it. All right, so keep that in your head. It's not a threat to Guam or anybody, I think, that we know right about now, because it's way, way west and creeping north of us. 619. So that's Michael Knight, a.k.a. Duke Sky Talker, who holds things down in the Point's Weather Center. And one of these days, we ought to get a couple of pictures of you in the Weather Center with all the equipment there and the hygromonitors and, all of the satellite
the
receiving gear.
And the satellite radars.
It's a little crowded in there because we've got our big helium balloon, and we haven't yet figured out how to deflate that so we can take it outside and actually launch the thing.
Well, we better do it before it's legally not allowed.
Early in the morning. Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post running right next to me here, and he's got a couple of things. Obviously, we love taking a look at the Daily Post. That's generally where I get my news. It's the first newspaper I start with in the morning because I think it's the most complete, comprehensive, and incidentally in print, up to date. So I would encourage you to take on that habit as well. Legislation would lower GPD chiefs' qualifications every day, ladies and gentlemen. Have you noticed every day in the last bunch of days there's been something come out of the legislature that just torques you off? But in this case, it looks like it's the genesis of it was came out of the governor's office and the governor's budget proposal, right, Kev? Is that's the story on this thing where they want to take the police chief standards?
The governor's budget was introduced back in April, but it remains in the current budget that was revised and submitted Monday by San Augustine.
Revised, and I think we're up to the third revision before they get around to starting to talk about that.
Wait, typical.
Is that today? Today they're going to start talking about the
2
budget.
o'clock this afternoon.
2 o'clock. All right, budget hearings and budget conversation. This is why the Republicans, to a man, it seems, except for Mary, but they're all anxious about this budget. I'm so anxious, I'm stuttering. It's because we haven't read it. It's I don't know how many pages the budget measure is going to be. 945 million, and there's all kinds of other stuff in the miscellaneous section of the budget that you really got to go through with a fine-tooth comb, because that's where, in many cases, legislative mischief, government mischief can occur. And this is we got to be careful. Ismail online is very fond of saying, repeating the line that came out of the Obamacare. Well, how are we going to know what's in it unless we pass it? Which I think we can attribute to Nancy Pelosi. So I think that's maybe what they're talking about over at the legislature. We'll find out what's in this budget after we pass it. And we've got plenty of time to do that between now and the end of the month. What is that, 9 days, 10 days in a wake-up? 9 days in a wake-up now? Between here and there? No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And then, of course, the big story, gas prices dipping by 10 cents. That's a big... Can I tell you why I'm so excited about that? You can tell I'm excited. Okay, so normally what happens is when the price of gas goes down, I will have just filled my tank up. And God bless me, I'll be in a place where I can fill up my tank. I've just filled my tank up at the old higher price. So I'm excited about it today because the price down to $4.10 a gallon, and I'm on E. I am in sync right now with the change in the price of gasoline, which means that I'll be able to put gas in my car at the new lower rate.
Yeah, and get a juicy drink.
And get a juicy drink and whatever else it happens to be, Slim Jims and cigarettes or whatever else they have. Take it up to 76 Circle K. Can get one of those chickens.
Oh, see, there
right?
you go.
It's working 6:22, 6:23 in the morning. Let's go ahead and say hello to everybody else.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Oh, man, you should have started the show earlier. I think we're halfway down the list of people now. I see late joiners here, Tim LaHan, Sheila, and Greg Karabrock. Top 10, James Howard. Mark Mendiola comes in at number 2. Al Batista at number 3. John Ray Tight to know. I see you there. Rico Blancaflor. Ismail, what is that, number 6? Tony and Net Unpinko Ada are online this morning, but I never know whether it's Tony or Net or both. John Ragus is welcome to the top 10 there, John. Good job. Anita Muffness with the pretty Valentine's eyes, and Tom Toddsy rounds out the top 10 this morning. And we need to do a special mention for Director Cho, who tried to make it into the top 10, just barely missed it. As I said, Tim LaHan, Sheila's on, Greg Karabrock from Take Care is there, Marianne, Tyron, St. Nicholas. What else is new? It seems like our standards continue to be lowered. Obviously, talking about that deal in the news with the chief of police. Vince Duenas is there. Sabine Natsargaloff is there. Morning. What's new? Pussycat, whoa. Gina Kono's there. Cheryl Ochai is online. Everett Alcantara, Josephine Blas, Dora Marie Fergerger, and Jeff Ojeda. Leah Beth Nahalawa is online. There's Jan Mabini, Lillian Cruz. What a great crew this morning. You know what? When I get boring or when I get lost in one of my streams of consciousness, you guys are free to talk to each other. That's a whole side chat thing going on. Ed Massey is saying good morning. Tehur is online. Andre Bainham getting ready for school today. Alex Ridge, nice to see you, buddy. Florence Cruz, Dave Torrey. Alex, looking forward to spending some time this weekend with your brother Archie over at Resorts World Manila. Hey, if you're going to the Philippines this weekend, let's run together. Run with me. .ph on the World Wide Web. I got all kinds of races. I'm going to run the 10K, but there's a 5K in the Resorts World Manila.
Run, Forrest, run!
Area that you might be able to participate in. Ken LG, okay, let's see what the first riff is, Ken. When you consider we have a person running GMH that has never run a healthcare facility, the standards are dropping all across the board. Soon it will be possible for a high school dropout to be the education superintendent. There might actually be something to that. Nietzsche is online. There's my cousin Troy. Cousin Troy and I, we were a part of a chat group. I'm not going to tell you whose chat group it was, but it was a chat group involving, let's say, a member of the 35th Guam Legislature, and there was a couple of press releases that went out, and between Troy and Phil and others, they're just asking. You know what? You guys are asking too many questions. So the WhatsApp administrator turned it into one of those things where only the administrator was allowed to post anything up on the screen. So I quit. I left it. So did Troy. I'm sorry. Don't like tyrants. Let me see. Florence Cruz is online. John Titano is there. Good morning. Good to see you there. Lillian Cruz. This is not fake. Buenos, Ray, Kevin, and Michael Bula listeners again. Well, everybody's back. And it looks like we've got somebody from Russia online. Andre says, since the governor and speaker want Guam taxpayers to pay for Japanese atrocities during World War II, they might as well include the German atrocities, too. Who else is playing around? Dwayne Santos is online. Joe Cruz. Kenna McCausland from Vancouver, Washington joins us once again. I think we are now one of Kena's daily habits, and that's a good thing. Vicky Ganashis Borja, Kenny Williams going out to squash some bugs today. Val Cruz, Lisa San Augustine. Well, 32 German soldiers drowned in Apple Harbor when the captain scuttled the cormorant, and many of their bodies were recovered and now at Naval Cemetery right there in East Agania. Lisa San Augustine is there. Jasper Sill says, good morning. Oh, you know, it's always nice to see new names, Jasper. Thanks for chiming in. Mo Cotton's on. We can get started now. Tammy Miggs is there. Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove. Victor Hamling. And for those of you that are new to Guam and new to the program, I've got a weather center here, and I got a guy. But when I can't get a hold of Mike and I need to know if it's a good time for grill marks or what's happening with the radar, I always go to weather.jeffspiratescove.com on the World Wide Web. That's a great place to go and get your weather information if you don't got a guy. Rachel Lynn Santos Camacho is there from Seattle, Washington. Hello, beautiful. When are you coming home? You know what? I follow her on Facebook. And all the back and forth that she does between there and Vegas, sweetheart, you got to get on an airplane and come back out in this direction soon. Melinda St. Nicholas McCullen, half a day from Port Orchard, Washington. Port chicks, always the hottest. Andy Guerrero, half a day from Ali Al Salim Air Base in Kuwait. This is a crazy crowd we got here this morning. Look at that. Lola Calvo is online. Lola, I got to send you a meme I found on Facebook yesterday that you and all of your real estate sisters are going to love. Washington State definitely in the house today. And then there's Carmen Paredes, and I think Carmen is out in Spain, isn't she? This they're like shortwave. It's the new version of shortwave radio, I think, with all the different listeners from all over the place. Great to have you on and great to have you online. And I'm so glad that this is where you come to find out what the heck is going on Guam and what people have got to say about it. And in some cases, the guys, this is one of the reasons we want you to come back. All the things that you've learned at Al Alim base in Kuwait and in Washington and Port Orchard and Hawaii, and you get the best practices from around there, and then come back out. You don't have to stay if you don't want to, but just can you come back out and vote? And vote for some of the people on the list that you think might have the common sense that God gave horses, because starting to look like we might have gotten a wrong batch in here with all of the back and forth. Yesterday's program was called Wild Goose Chase. Now I don't know who is getting chased. I don't know that they ever caught the goose as much as they said we're going to suspend the conversation. They were finally able to get Mike St. Nicholas on the line over at the legislature. And I guess based on what he said, was able to convince them to let him handle this. Like, I got to handle it. I'm in Washington, D.C. I am repairing what needed repairing. Give it a little bit more time. And everybody running around, the people over at the legislature running around and saying, no, we got to do it now. No, we got to do it now. Even though there's no money. We don't know how much money there's going to be. They think that they might be able to support up to $7.5 million. But Les Carlson, the guy that's watching the bank accounts in the government of Guam these days, says there might be $2, it might be $3, there might be $4 million. Worth of lapse funds. We won't know until we get there. Guys, I don't have a crystal ball. And in this case, I think more prudent mind said, yeah, maybe we'll wait until we've got a clearer guide on what's going to happen in D.C. and a clearer signal on what's going to be happening with the dollars and cents of this year. But something else that Mike brought up in the conversation yesterday is what happens if we fund this, the guys in Congress decide they don't need to take any action. In the meantime, Section 30 monies would begin to pile up in a special Treasury account, and with no authority to reverse that, no authority to not let those funds pile up, and no authority then to write any checks. It'd be just like a trust fund account that you're not allowed to touch until you're over 25. Or until somebody decides to do something. I didn't realize that was at risk as well. But it's certainly one of the more interesting things. So I think prudently they dropped it. Prudently probably would have been to not pick it up in the first place and just let Mike do what Mike was supposed to do. And then the next thing, again, is now they've got to start working on the budget bill. And if you were listening late in the program yesterday, you might have heard Chris Duenas and me riff on this just a little bit. I've become very concerned when we start taking something as important and massive as a $945 million budget bill and try to get it done in something like 9 days. And I'll tell you why. I mean, front page of the Post Post, a perfect example is, unless somebody is looking at everything, things like lowering the standards for the chief of the police department at a time where Guam is experiencing, I think, the worst drug-related crime wave since the 1970s. Since the 70s, and guys, we were in the 70s, know how bad that was. But we got that case going on. This is not the time to even ponder lowering the standards. And now there's all kinds of conspiracy theories on why we want to lower the standards, or which one of the nose pickers somebody wants to appoint to make the next chief of police. There are plenty of theories abounding on that. And I suppose maybe we ought to spend some time talking about. I just want to make sure that you recognize that sometimes there's the difference between me reading from the newspaper and me riffing at the top of my head, and that's all it is. I'm a commentator around here. I am not the news. Kevin is the news. And in fact, right now, we got to go to Kevin from the Guam Daily Post. Here's a look at 6:30 headlines.
Half a day in Good Morning Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, Finance Committee Chair Senator Joe San Augustine issuing a statement yesterday expressing confidence that the legislature will pass the fiscal 2020 budget before the deadline. His statement follows Tuesday's joint release from 4 Republican senators expressing concern that there may not be enough time to hold complete and transparent discussions on the nearly $1 billion budget. Republican Senator Mary Torres did not join in that GOP statement. Guam law requires that the legislature pass a budget and submit it to the governor by August 31st, which is next week on Saturday. A revised version of the legislature's spending plan, Bill 186, was introduced on Monday. Lawmakers are expected to begin debate on the budget this afternoon at 2 o'clock when session reconvenes. 2 Guam police officers who investigated the murder of 15-year-old Timika Nauta last year testified during a hearing in Superior Court yesterday. Brandon Michael Acosta is accused of murder and rape in the death of Nauta. At issue is a motion to suppress evidence in the case, which includes clothing that police seized from Acosta's Dededo home last year. Assistant Attorney General Lenny Ropadas called GPD officers Carl Lizama and Eric Barcenas to the stand. Lizama testified that he got consent to seize the items, while Barcenas said he located the items at the defendant's home. The prosecution contends that the police officers were given consent and were entitled to seize the defendant's shorts and slippers. Defense attorney William Pohl, however, countered that police didn't have consent. Judge Vern Perez took the arguments under advisement. He'll issue a decision at a later time. Guam Department of Public Health has won a $30,000 award from the Department of Health and Human Services for quality improvements to one of the island's healthcare centers. A release from HHS says the award recognizes especially high-achieving health centers across the nation. Public Health Director Linda DeNorsi telling the Guam Daily Post that the Northern Region Community Health Center received the award for its systematic use of patient-centered coordinated care management processes after it met 6 quality standards set by the National Committee for Quality Assurance. HHS Secretary Alex Azar is quoted in a release from the agency as saying that the community health centers have consistently delivered high-quality primary care at lower costs. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Can do. It's 6:35 in the morning, and that's a great time to start thinking about what you are paying for your mobile and internet plans and how great the quality of the service is. Call the guys over at iConnect and learn how they can save you money. 888-8888.
At the mall, as you enjoy your shopping, dining, or entertainment, you could also win 3 great cars from Atkins Kroll and thousands of prizes in Micronesia Mall's Cars, Prizes, and Getaways game. Present your mall receipts and have a chance to win the renowned performance Chevrolet Camaro, the unapologetic rugged Toyota 4Runner, or the head-turning Lexus ES350 Luxury. Getaways to Manila, courtesy of Philippine Airlines, plus prizes from Foot Locker and Burger King. The more you shop, the more chance to win in Micronesia Mall's Cars, Prizes, and Getaways game.
Are you ready for some football? The Ray Gibson Show has got your NFL fix every Friday on Sports with Blake. Be a part of the action by going to yahoo.com's Fantasy Sports Pro Football Pick'em. Join League 3384 with the password Ray Gibson. Choose your team name and get your game on. Winners get a chance to win some awesome prizes that get you through the NFL season. The NFL Picks on The Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by Current Guam.
6:36 in the morning, and time to take a look at the traffic gizmo and find out just how awful it's going to be here. And we don't have a whole lot of weather that's going to slow you down, so it might be smart. It might, as Sister Estelle used to say, it might behoove you to hit the road right now and get out in front of things. Not too much happening on Marine Corps Drive from Anderson Air Force Base clear into the downtown Dayton area.
Actually, weather may play a part because the sun is going to shine right into your eyes if you're heading on the eastbound lanes.
Oh,
so
there's a couple of cars out there, and I just want to shoot their windows out. You ever get behind one of those guys, and it's the angle of the glass is perfect, so it reflects the sun right back into your eyes, and there's nothing you can do about it, as I say, except shoot their windows out and do everybody else on the road a favor. Sorry, man, I feel like frisky violent today. Traffic into the downtown Upper Tumon area looking pretty good. Yeah, I don't see anything major that's going to slow you down, so I'm going to go ahead and keep this thing short. Like I said, if you got an opportunity to get on the road right now, I would do it and stay in front of the buses. It's 6:37. That's right now traffic on the point.
This is Ronnie. Ronnie is about to break his piggy bank.
Come on, piggy bank.
Ronnie wants to upgrade his smartphone.
And this piggy's gonna help me.
If Ronnie had signed up for GTA's handset payment option, he could have selected a new smartphone with an affordable monthly plan.
I could have what?
Exactly. Sign up for HBO at GTA and don't break the bank.
I'm sorry, piggy bank.
Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
The hustle and the bustle of the online this morning. Crazy busy. Lola Calvo, as I said, is hanging out. Keena McCausland, Washington State is in the house. Carmen Paredes in Spain. Ron and Cindy De La Rosa, they're right here on Guam. Actually listening here in town. Jules Elmer's online. So is the Smug. I got Eunice Mendiola hanging out. Rachel Lynn says, when my son does internship with Dr. Mark Perez as a PE teacher for Central Washington, I'll be there. All right, we'll be looking forward to seeing you again, and then you can teach me. You can teach me how to gamble. You can teach me how to do that. I've been talking about heading to the Philippines this weekend, and a couple of friends were reminding me that there are places there where I might be able to gamble. And I told them, said, do you want me to come home even broker than I already am? I've always been one of those guys. Never gambled because I never thought I could afford to lose. But if you want to give me some lucky money, if you want to subsidize my gambling trip, either to here or maybe one of these days to Saipan, I'll be more than happy to give you a couple of bank account numbers that you can put some cash in. Andy Tadinko's online. Art's there. I see Alicia Kanata. Rich Fran Tenorio Kitsutsu is online. Kevin Kanata is there. John Canahay, good morning to you. James Howard. Mercury is in retrograde, so it's okay. Vivian Cunningham from the place is online, and so is Kevin Kanata. And that kind of rounds out the name-dropping portion of the show. There are a couple of things besides the... what's the word I'm looking for? The annoying, make you grit your teeth story about lowering the GPD Chiefs qualifications. And I love this. You know what? I don't always agree with Tilena, and that's okay, and she doesn't care. But this one here, I definitely agree. I'm going to read you the quote that Kevin has read. When individuals with machetes randomly assault innocent drivers and residents washing their laundry are held at knife point in front of their kids. That's a story from her backyard up in Jigo. That's Pam Duvall's backyard up in Jigo. Lady D's backyard up in Jigo. The community should expect more from public safety leadership, not less. So it goes along with the thought that rolls around in my head is I wonder sometimes what planet some of these people live on. These are, and I bristle when people say leaders, our elected leaders. They're not our elected leaders. I am my own leader. My partners are my leaders. My friends are my leaders. These people are our representatives. And I wonder what planet our representatives live on, because sometimes it doesn't feel like it's the same as the one that you and I live on. Isn't it? Deba? It seems like they don't read any further than just the political news in the paper. They don't get into the rest of the part. ERC is having a sale, by the way. They don't seem to get to the rest of the part where there's all of these other stories. Man allegedly breaks into Chamorro Village shops. I don't know about the allegedly. I think they've got him on videotape. And the guy's go bouncing from one place to the other, so-called homeless, looking for some cash, maybe some money, and maybe some food, and that's why he broke into it, busted into cash registers and things like that. I mean, that could have just as easily. This is a business incubator place. These are the smallest of the small businesses. These guys don't have a whole lot of money to rub together, and apparently we need to do a better job of securing the place over at Chamorro Village. And then you get this other story: a man convicted for his part in a drug scheme that ran between California and Guam could spend more time in prison. Apparently has admitted to using methamphetamine, and now they're just now about to get to the part where they start thinking about rescinding his supervised release. Similar to a story I read you yesterday. How many times do you got to screw up before the cops, before the police, not the police are doing their job, before the criminal justice system decides to do something with you and put you away? Like I said, we need more. The crime situation here has not been this bad, I don't think, since the 1970s, but that's just me. It's 6:42 in the morning. We'll return to those conversations in a second. This time yesterday, I had Bob Kelly on the phone, and Bob was just raving about the new hallway over at the Guam International Airport, and I figured that's a good time to bug Tom Adda, who is now the boss of the Guam International Airport, and find out a little bit more. Is the construction done? Good morning, former Senator Adda.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
How you doing there?
Good.
Can I just, before we get into the meat of the questions, can I just say something? You, once upon a time, gave me a whole bunch of beetle nut in a box from that Korean chicken place. Do you remember that? Yeah. Do you remember that? Okay, two things. Number one, how come you don't give me beetle nut anymore? And thank you so much for turning me on to Korean chicken wings.
Hey, what about that new Korean bakery?
Oh, the Mayflower. You know what? I've been there a couple of times. It's a nice place. If you know where the old Chuck Steakhouse was, kind of drive into that area, and there's the Mayflower. And if you like, they've got, as you point out, Korean pastries. If you've never tried it, you got to go give it a shot. My recommendation is they have a bread that's made with squid ink. Have you tried that?
No.
It's there. You got to give it a shot. So it's cool that we've got all these new things, including a new sterile corridor from what Bob refers to as the Agana branch of the Guam International Airport, because those gates are so far south that takes you right into the customs and quarantine, right?
Right. But actually, what that is a temporary a corridor, and they put a ceiling, a false ceiling on top, because the contractor is actually working above that, and they're going to be installing the second what we call the bridge, which will go from the south end of the airport, right by where we used to board for Honolulu.
Right, I know that spot.
I know, cut straight across the corridor of the airport to the other side of the building, and then from there, that's when they'll have escalators going down into immigration. So what you see there is for safety purposes, a false ceiling, so that work can continue and movement of passengers can also continue uninterrupted.
All right, I got that. Because his question was, the statement was, wow, it's nice we've got this new corridor. And then because, for Bob, everything's got to be perfect. The next line was, wait a second, it's a long way to get from point A to point B. Are they going to put moving slidewalks in there? And the answer is probably, but that's down the road, right? Literally?
Well, in the new concourse on the third floor, as we call it, there will be moving sidewalks.
Okay.
Up there.
Okay, so that's at the end of the construction. So this is just a temporary shoot for now. It is not going to be the end result.
No. We're not there yet.
Got it. And speaking of slidewalks, you had the motor on one of those things burn out a few weeks ago. Has that been replaced?
No, it hasn't. And we're still waiting for the elevator company to get back to us on what's going to need to be replaced.
I got you. I got you. I mean, it's kind of an inconvenience for some people or people that need to move a little bit faster. I guess you're going to have to use your legs to get all of that stuff done. And there was some question in the last couple of days about the rent that Customs is paying to the Guam International Airport. And I guess that's something that you had to address over at the legislature as they pound through what was supposed to be just an opportunity for the airport to be able to refinance portions of their bonds.
That's right. So here's the facts. Customs occupies approximately 60,000 square feet of space on airport property. Half of that is in the air terminal. That's down the baggage claim, and they have some offices down there. And then, of course, you see where you go through the customs checkpoints.
Yeah.
And to the right side of that is that big empty it's basically a big empty space, which Customs had been renting for the purpose of, like, for example, when you have troop deployments or whatever, that's where you can, when the troops come in, that's where you can, assemble them, or large groups, right? So they are being charged. I forget how much I don't have the paper in front of me, but they pay rent. Just as every other tenant in the air terminal pays for the space that they occupy.
Right. So,
immigration, United Airlines, everybody pays rent on the space that they occupy. Now, the Customs pays a total of about $3 million a year for rent. That money, it comes from what is called the inspection service fee that is charged directly to passengers coming through the airport and are using the inspection services. Each passenger that comes through gets charged about $8.30, and at the end of the year, that generates about $13 million for Customs. So the airlines collect that. They turn it over to the airport, and this process is all according to Guam law. It turns it over to the airport. The airport takes $3 million off of the top and sends the rest down to Department of Administration for disbursement to Customs. So that leaves them about $10 million, right? So this year they're reviewing their footprint. And they've decided, okay, we don't need that. I think it's about 7,000 square feet down there where the baggage claim area is. They're going to give that up. That will give them a savings of about $600,000.
And they can put that back into their operations.
Correct. But remember that money that is that fee that is assessed to the incoming passengers can only be used for airport-related Customs work.
Oh.
You cannot use any of that money to pay for inspection services down at the seaport.
Right. Okay, I got it. So have they decided then how they are going to use those funds that they're not going to be using for rent? How will they augment their services so that they're all done at the airport?
Well, I don't know. That's
Customs. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I know a guy. I'll check with him on that. One last thing before I let you go. Spaceport, how are we doing on that?
That's moving along. So basically, they are now at the stage where they are reviewing the environmental impact assessment work that was done a number of years ago. I think when the Navy turned over Tizan, detailed environmental impact assessment was done. So
that was 95.
Well, okay, let me finish.
Yeah, a long time ago. It's ancient.
Yeah, so they're reviewing that. I mean, there's a lot of things that hasn't changed since 1995. So they're reviewing that to see what gaps may exist in such an assessment, and then we will go from there as opposed to doing a full-blown, environmental impact assessment. Because that could could take a lot of time.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's changed really is the footprint of the airport and the number of buildings that used to exist out in the crash zone that aren't there anymore, and all the buildings that still need to get demolished so that we can one of these days, maybe in our lifetimes, Senator Ada, see the actual Maga-Aga Highway and its in all of its beauty and glory.
Now that particular project is moving along. So there is active discussions going on between Department of Land Management, the airport, Public Works, and the governor's office to move that along. So,
really? I'll go find Vince and see what the latest is on that, because it seems to me that it looks like it's basically been shut down. It looked like some demolition of the buildings that was being taken place. People moving out and unoccupying the buildings so they could be demolished. But it looks like and I'm frequently on that road, and it occurs to me that I haven't seen a whole lot by way of forward movement on the Maga-Haga Highway.
Yeah, no. So I think maybe if you're gonna chase it down, so what has happened so far is the airport has engaged the services of a land appraiser again to get an up-to-date price, because we may, the government may need to look at exercising eminent domain.
Ooh.
And then of course Department of Land Management, Joe Borja, would have the information insofar as the lots involved, who owns them, et cetera, et cetera.
Nice.
So right now it's in the Department of Land Management's court in trying to get that end resolved. DPW comes in towards the tail end because they're the administrator for the Federal Highway Administration Fund that would then become available to construct the road.
So you think I need to call Joe, huh?
I think Joe will probably be the big one, and of course, Joe is very well informed, and he can answer any question.
I'm sure he hasn't forgotten a thing in that lapse time. 6:53 in the morning, Senator. It's always fun talking with you, and maybe next week after I get back from the Philippines, you can tell me what comes up. You guys are having a board meeting on Thursday about some pending litigation in the executive session. Can you tell me what that is now?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, gonna have to wait until after the meeting then. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Tomas.
Okay.
It's 888-8255-888-TALK. Moving into a little bit more of a legal realm. Yesterday, spent some time talking with former Senator and CCU Commissioner Judy Gutherts, who is going to be spending as much time as possible watching what happens in the Machete Melee case. Yesterday, jury selection, and I'm beginning to hear more of the rattlings these days of a phrase that we all remember from growing up: the jury of our peers. And so my normal legal expert is off island right now. That'd be former Senator and Judge Bob Klitsky. But I got Gary Frank Gumatauta, who's the next best legal expert that I've got in my Rolodex. Good morning, Gary Frank.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How's your recovery?
I'm doing a lot better.
Yeah. They're not giving you opioids for that, are they?
They tried to, and I was worried about that. So I'm just toughing it out with some heavy ibuprofen.
Right. Well, not a whole lot of time, but I did want to get your thoughts. I mean, if you're a lawyer, and let's say that you were representing a couple of individuals of Micronesian descent, COFA citizens, in your mind, is there a requirement that there ought to be somebody or a couple of people in the jury pool or in the actual jury box of COFA descent as well?
Well, Curtis Vanderbilt, I think, is the lawyer that's bringing that up in the case that we're seeing in court right now. And I think he's onto a good idea, and it is problematic because the jury pool is usually drawn from either the voter registration list that we have or from driver's licenses when people go down to get a license. And this is true of most jurisdictions. And it's just the easiest way they've got of doing it, in terms of administrative convenience. And it's supposed to be, when they say a jury of your peers, it's a jury of the community. The people, not necessarily people that are just like you, but people that represent what reasonable thought patterns are and thinking is in your community. So they're not going to necessarily be people just like you or people with the same background you've got. They're supposed to be that same cross section. And there's no doubt that people from the outer islands constitute a very, large and larger percentage of our community every day as they migrate into Guam. But the problem is they're not going to show up in the jury pools if there's a requirement for U.S. citizenship, generally speaking. But there are a lot that were born here, and they would qualify as U.S. citizens. We're just not seeing enough of them show up in the pool. But it leads to a big problem, because how many people do you think sit in that jury pool are going, and once they're selected, are going to really understand the difficulties that these people have when they come here, and what their lifestyle is, and their background is, and everything. That's really the kind of idea that was set up when they came up with the idea of jury of your peers.
Yeah.
In the old days, it was supposed to be, to get a jury, it was somebody who was a landowner. We're way away from that today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so what do you is this conversation develops and grows with the growing migrant community that we have on Guam? How do we get more of them? Number one, into that jury pool, into that name list that shows up over at the courthouse. Number one, and number two, how do we get through these problems? And if we do have a case where we've got citizens of compact citizens that are in violation of the law and get a conviction. Would that conviction be ripe for overruling because of the nature of the jury they were in front of?
I think that's only problematic if you try to drive to get a jury like that. So in other words, if you've got a certain ethnic group that you're trying to get off of the jury, and you're working in that direction to try to get them off with the kind of questions you have, and that's been found by the Supreme Court to be something that's unconstitutional. Because we've seen several cases come up where that, in terms of African Americans, where that prosecutors have worked to get them off of the jury, and so the jury in a community that's black ends up with an all-white jury.
Sure. And
there's not one black person on the jury, and yet how does that represent the community? So clearly it's a problem. But that's where the lawyers in the case are trying to drive the other people out of the jury. Here it's the other way around. We're looking to try to get people that represent these people into the jury box. So I've never seen a case like it. I think it's an interesting concept, and I don't know where it's going to go. I really don't know.
We'll see what the defense attorneys end up doing with it, because there could be some kind of an opening for an appeal.
Well, it could be. You never know. But the whole thing is going to be a situation where the court's going to turn over its jury list to the lawyers to let the lawyers see, what's out there in terms of the jury pool. And then the lawyers will have to decide what to do with it after that.
But in the voir dire and the jury selection, though, I mean, that's not always the first thing on an attorney's mind when they're either looking for a conviction or looking to save their clients.
True, but I'm looking for somebody that's sympathetic for my client. Or somebody that's not, and I want to get them off.
Yeah, but the defense guy is going to be the prosecutor is going to say, I want people that are going to be in the opposite direction, the least emotionally contacted with these guys. Interesting conversation. Well, we certainly watched this one, but you got any other ideas on how it might affect things moving forward in this and other cases? Give me a ring, would you?
Sure.
I appreciate that. Gary Frank Gumatauta on the telephone line this morning, and just enough time to dip our toe in the water of that conversation. Watch and see where that goes. Radio station that you're listening to is KUSG Hagåtña. Coming up, Fox News Live here in just a few moments. On the other side of that, Kevin Kerrigan with a look at all the big stories that we're talking about and chewing on this morning on 93.3. This is The Point.
A crackdown on catch and release. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Trump defending a new rule for migrant families. They'll be detained together indefinitely instead of abiding by a 1997 court settlement that required migrant children to be released after 20 days.
I'm the one that brought them together. This new rule will do even more to bring them together.
Legal challenges are expected. The American Civil Liberties Union calls the change cruel. Acting Homeland Security Chief Kevin McAleenan.
There's no intent to hold families for a long period of time. In fact, we have the prior experience that shows we were able to average under 50 days. That is the intent for a fair but expeditious immigration proceeding.
He argues alternatives to detention aren't working because many people don't show up for immigrant hearings once they've been released. The president today taking questions from reporters, also denied backing down on background checks.
With background checks, we're dealing with Democrats, we're dealing with Republicans, we're dealing with the NRA, we're dealing with gun owners, we're dealing with everybody. and I think we're going to have something, hopefully, that's meaningful.
Gun control advocates accuse him of retreating from pledges to support changes after recent mass shootings. A new prediction from a nonpartisan office that deficits will top $1 trillion a year next year and average more than $1 trillion annually through the decade.
The Congressional Budget Office updated its deficit forecast after legislation suspending the nation's debt limit and ending scheduled budget cuts for defense and non-defense agencies. The same projection also points to trade barriers reducing U.S. output next year because of tariffs put in place by the Trump administration. That would mean a reduction in average real household income by $580. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A rally on Wall Street today, the Dow gained 240 points, back over 26K. America is listening to Fox News.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge-watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
While some of the Democrats running for president pledged to tackle student loan debt, President Trump is making his own move on the issue, but only for certain veterans.
President Trump says he is continuing his administration's mission to make life better for America's veterans. At the AMVETS National Convention in Louisville, he signed an executive memorandum that will get rid of all student loan debt for disabled veterans.
Altogether, this action will wipe out an average of $30,000 in debt owed by more than 25,000 eligible veterans who have made immense sacrifices, the ultimate sacrifice in many ways.
The president also said there would be no federal income taxes on the forgiven debts, asking that all state taxes be waived on those debts as well. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meantime, at a labor conference in Iowa.
He wants us arguing over whether to buy Greenland when too many Americans aren't able to buy groceries.
Mayor Pete Buttigieg among the Democratic candidates slamming the president's economic and trade policies.
Trump got everyone thinking he's being tough on China. Bullshit. China's cleaning our clock right now. Donald Trump.
Ohio Congressman Tim Ryan is not among the 10 who've qualified for the next Democratic debate so far, but he says he's nowhere near ready to consider dropping out. Meantime, the president today calling himself the chosen one to take on China, insisting it has to be done. The new season of Dancing with the Stars gets political. Former White House spokesman Sean Spicer in the lineup over the apparent objection of host Tom Bergeron.
Bergeron tweeted that he earlier told producers he hoped the new season will be a joyful respite from our exhausting political climate and urged them not to have any divisive bookings.
Fox's Michelle Polino. Among the others competing, Christy Brinkley, former Dawson's Creek star James Vanderbeek, and Bachelorette Hannah Brown and Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65%. For travel, back to school, a wedding, do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Bird, bird, bird. That is the
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
7 o'clock news from the Guam Daily Post is being brought to you by Proline Automotive, customizing Guam's finest rides, located in the Harmon Industrial Park.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Vice Speaker Talina Nelson expressing concern over the insertion of a provision in the 2020 budget bill that lowers the professional qualifications for the chief of police. Removes the requirement that the next GPD chief must have no less than 15 years of progressive experience in a government law enforcement position, including 5 years at a supervisory level and 5 years in a senior position with a law enforcement management responsibility. The provision first appeared in Governor Lulian Guerrero's version of the 2020 budget bill. It's not clear why it would not affect the current chief of police. Steve Ignacio has already been confirmed. However, it would apply to the next chief if one is selected during the course of the next fiscal year when the budget law is in effect. Senator Nelson, in a statement to the media, said, when individuals with machetes randomly assault innocent drivers and residents washing their laundry are held at knife point in front of their kids, our community should expect more from public safety leadership, not less, she said. She also said the proposed change sends the wrong message that we should expect less from our leaders. People of Guam are right to expect more, according to her statement. Nelson is not the public safety chair. Senator Peter Tulahi is. However, he's off island. Delegate Michael San Nicolas urging Guam lawmakers yesterday not to pass the local war reparations bill they're considering because it could jeopardize passage of his war claims correction measure, which is awaiting action in the U.S. Senate. San Nicolas called in by phone from Washington, D.C. to join the second day of debate over Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes' Bill 181 yesterday. By the time San Nicolas was through, followed by a 3-hour recess, Senator Regine Bisco-Lee announced that San Nicolas had asked for more time. While we know that time is running out for many of our communities, said the senator, we respect his request and we pray that he gets it done. Lee then made a motion to end the debate with a recommendation to continue the discussion with all other stakeholders. No date was set to resume discussions on Bill 181, but it remains on the legislative agenda. We'll have more news after this.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. Finance Committee Chair Senator Joe San Augustine issuing a statement yesterday morning expressing confidence that the legislature will pass the fiscal 2020 budget before the deadline. His statement follows Tuesday's joint release from 4 Republican senators expressing concern that there may not be enough time to hold complete and transparent discussions on the nearly $1 billion 2020 budget. Republican Senator Mary Torres did not join in that GOP statement. Guam law requires that the legislature pass a budget and submit it to the governor by August 31st, which is next week on Saturday. A revised version of the legislature's spending plan, Bill 186, was introduced on Monday. Lawmakers expected to begin debate on that budget bill this afternoon at 2 o'clock when session resumes. 2 Guam police officers who investigated the murder of 15-year-old Timika Nauta last year testified during a hearing in Superior Court yesterday. Brandon Michael Acosta is accused of murder and rape in the death of Nauta At issue is a motion to suppress evidence in the case, which includes clothing that police seized from Acosta's Dedido home. Assistant Attorney General Lenny Rapadas called GPD officers Carl Lizama and Eric Barcenas to the stand. Barcenas testified that he located the items at the defendant's home, and Officer Lizama said that he got consent to seize those items. Prosecution contends police officers were given consent and were entitled to seize the defendant's shorts and slippers. Defense attorney William Pohl, however, countered that police didn't have any consent to seize those items. Judge Vern Perez took the defendant's motion under advisement. He'll issue a decision at a later time. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
Okay, partly cloudy skies, isolated showers. That's on the deck today. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, decreasing 5 to 10 after the sun sets. Highs near 89 degrees and overnight lows about 79 degrees. Sunset 6:38. Sunrise tomorrow morning should be about 6:08, 6:09. Michael Knight in the Point's Weather Center now is going to take a look at the weather radar. Doesn't look all that much different than it did last hour.
No, not at all. We do have some showers flaring up down to the southwest. They're pulling away more off to the east and northeast, and they'll be coming through as we go on through the day today. And those look pretty strong up to the northeast there. Got some pretty strong cells there. So you can expect the possibility of a thunderstorm later on today and definitely an isolated shower or two. No large-scale weather systems in our area affecting us. We are south of the monsoon trough now, which is why the winds have shifted back to the northeast. Going to the satellite picture real quick, we'll see verification of no large-scale weather systems over Guam at this time.
There's no weather at all.
Yeah, we do have Tropical Storm Bailu that's over by the Philippines. It's going to continue to slowly strengthen and move towards Taiwan and then China over the next few days. Certainly no sort of threat to us whatsoever. We're there in the clear spot in that little box, and we do have some blobbage off to the east. We saw that on radar earlier. Got some more down to the south as well, but none of that's coming this way. We were talking about possibility of an uptick in moisture for this weekend. It looks like that might be the case, but most of the moisture, it looks like, will stay down to the south. So maybe a good grill marks weekend. We'll see.
That's something to look forward to. 7:13 in the morning, and just because I'm curious, what's the weather forecast for Manila this weekend?
No idea.
I have to build a new weather center then. All right, be right back. Portions of the program here. That's News and Weather Together, brought to you by a bunch of guys. I'll give you their list names in a second.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Yep. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by my pals over at Wendy's. It's time for the Bacon Fest! They got a couple of great sounds. They got the Baconator. These are the people that we use bacon as a verb. We're going to bacon up that sandwich, and they do all the time. They got that big bacon double stacks that goes in the biggie bag. What else they got? You know what I saw that they have a jalapeno bacon burger. Right, so they've got that going on, and then there's it was so special I wrote it down. Bacon jalapeno fries.
I'm going to give them a new idea right now. They should offer bacon in oatmeal.
Bacon oatmeal flavors.
Yes.
I like that. I like that a whole lot. Maybe we can put some avocado in there as well. Hey, listen, like I said, just Bacon Fest. There's bacon on everything today over at Wendy's. The Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by American President Lines, a global home known as Global President's Local Home. That's the way that goes. Guys over at Cars Plus trying to entice you into a brand new Wrangler, or how about a Compass or a Cherokee or a Grand Cherokee? They've got them all on sale right now as they continue the summer of Jeep over at Cars Plus. And finally, swing by Ruby Tuesdays anytime you want to. Got happy hour starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon on Tuesdays all day, and on Tuesdays they've got the 2-for-1 special. So it's you and a friend going through the salad bar as much as you want. It's totally open for you. You want to go in there and just get beets this time, then go in and just get beets this time. You want to go in and just get corn next time, just corn next time. You can do whatever you want to. It's basically your salad bar. Then you get some entrees that you dine on separately, but you share.
Do you believe in life after love?
Yes, you share your dessert, and that's the way it works. They got a New York cheesecake going on. They got a frostbite chocolate cake, and that's up for grabs over at Ruby Tuesdays on Tuesdays.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Look, I know it's the dumbest gag in talk radio, but I might be the dumbest guy in talk radio, so it fits. It matches with the general overall demeanor of the program. And I got to drop some more names here. I got to do the shout list. I got Bob Lizama, Chris Abalencia, Brad Hewitt's online, Terry Pablo Mallory is there. I got Eric Fast Borja, Carlos Barreto is online, and Tessie Pareda, half a day, Nate Horn saying good morning to everybody. Glenn Busby is watching the program out in stateside somewhere, and Brad Hewitt says, oh boy, environmental impact studies. I see the tree huggers putting a stop to this spaceport dream. I'm not going to let that happen. Jennifer Louise Dula is out there. Joy Santa Marina is enjoying some time recovering here on Guam. Rosemary Ogo is there. Huffa Carlos Camacho. There's Rick Leone. Roy Gamboa. I call him the commissioner because if there's something I need done in the agate town, he's the guy that I go to. Rosemary Ogo says, Huffa Ray from 110-degree heat in Copperas Cove, Texas. 110 degrees out there, and you thought it was hot on Guam yesterday. Simon Sanchez is online, so is Rudy Magallanes, Jeanette Suzuki, Jeff Chris, Gabriel Leon Guerrero. Brother Gabe is online. Did we not say earlier that Washington is in the house? And he was exactly the guy that I was thinking of. My brother Gabe, maybe one of the best sales guys I've ever worked with in my life. Have a day to you. You got to come home one of these days. I know you're the 12th man for the Seahawks, but at some point you need to come back around and say hi. Anna Clark is there. Big sister Shelly Gibson, Ike Isaki. Bert Duarte is there. Rick Tenorio says, today's show heading, beware fake news. Are we discussing more PR releases from Adelup? If you want to categorize some of those press releases that flow out of the government of Guam freely as fake news, you're more than welcome to. But there are actual cases of fake news that are floating around, many of them in social media, and a couple of them I'll bring up in just a second. So, Hoffa Rick, good to see you there. John Wigston, Therese Uggan Rigel. And we had a great conversation last night on the proper way to iron shirts. Excellent work. Lady D is online. Elwin Chapaco Catano is are you lecturing me on how we're supposed to designate each other? And the local people of Guam are also Micronesian. Because our island is within the designated borders. Being a U.S. territory doesn't change this. We also have shared Austronesian connections, especially language, with nearby islands, which makes us Micronesian. Think of the more indigenous Guam, not Spanish or American ancestry, because it causes confusion of time and space. So this is the time that I'm living in, and for conversation purposes, and I'm sure it'll tick somebody off. I'm Guamanian, speak Chamorro. I have Chamorro blood in me. I have Chamorro ancestry in me, and so that's how I describe the us around here. Up there, Chamorros, but they're Saipanese or Rotanese. Okay, so that's the way I see that. And everybody else is Micronesian. Until I find out where they're from, in which case then I'll say they're Chuukese or Kushayan, Lemwo, Ekemo. And that's how that's how I distinguish it, and I'm sure it's politically incorrect and don't really care. Francis Salas is there, and who else is playing around? Rai St. Nicholas, happy belated birthday to you, buddy. Can you choose a different song by Cher next time, Half Breed or Jesse James or something? We'll work on the entire playlist. We'll work on the entire catalog. 7:19 in the morning, and what we normally do around this time is take a look at what happened in the market. So let's take a look at what happened in the market. S&P 500 is green, 29.24, up by 23 points. Let me see the NASDAQ up by 71 points to close at 8,020. Dow Jones Industrial Average back over 26,000 to close at 26,202, picked up 240 points because Trump. FTSE's in the green. I got the Nikkei low by about 58 points. Hang Seng is green, Shanghai is green, and so is the DAX. So we got that working for us. What you got?
After an update yesterday, Bitcoin settling back down just a bit, but not much. $10,168 even this morning.
I'm going to say that anytime it's between about 9 and 11, I want to consider that kind of a narrow trade range for Bitcoin. So anything,
but you're hating it if you bought it at 20.
Yeah, everybody's wincing on that. But really, who bought it 20? Did you buy it 20? You didn't buy it 20. right? You bought low, and it was like $300-400 for a Bitcoin. 7:20 in the morning. 888-8255. The numbers on the commodities. I got $55.88 for a barrel of West Texas crude. That's off by about 12 cents. And for some reason, midweek they don't normally freeze the numbers, but I got stuck numbers on tap. So 63.45 doesn't make any difference because the gas companies have spoken. You and I can now put gasoline in our car and our water blasters and our lawnmowers at $4 and about 10 cents a gallon. That's what it should be going for at some of the other places. It's possible that there might be a gas station near you that has not lowered their prices. So if you want to buy gas more expensive, then seek those stations out. I'd go ahead and do that. Anyway, 7:21 in the morning. Jerry Roberts and the Extra Points coming up in just a couple of minutes. A couple of things in the business world that I find kind of interesting. And I don't know whether it's, show business, I guess, can be considered part of the business world. There's certainly a lot of money that gets tossed around in there. But they are talking now about the fourth Matrix movie. Have you seen that blurb that's been floating around in the entertainment sections of the internet? A fourth Matrix movie. I lost interest in The Matrix in about the first 10 minutes of the second Matrix movie. I go, okay, I got it. This world run by robots, sentient creatures of technology that need our heat and need our energy. And so we live and die in these cocoons. And wouldn't it be great if one person, O-N-E, and his name will be Neo, also spelled with an O, an N, and an E. Boom! Brain explodes. Pew, pew, boom. Yeah, and I don't know that there was any more room for any more interesting in the movie. But I'm also the guy that has never made it all the way through the first of the Howard Potter movies either. 7:22 in the morning. So watch out for that. There's going to be a big hullabaloo, and all of the geeks that you know are going to go crazy on that one. Celebrity birthdays, though, while I'm thinking about it, Carrie Ann Moss from The Matrix is celebrating her birthday. And this is another one that will make you feel old. And I'd love to play snippets of the movie Porky's, but we'd get in trouble. For that particular snippet that I would play, Kim Cattrall from Porky's, Big Trouble in Little China, and Sex in the City is 63 years old. Wow. Wow. Take you back in time to Porky. It seems to me the guys over at Porky's in Tumont ought to be doing something about this. All right, 7:23. There's a couple of other interesting stories, maybe a little bit more along the lines of business. Around here, there's much made about Airbnbs and these temporary visitor arrangements and in the neighborhoods. And the guys over at GHRA and the hotel industry say, we got to do something about this. We need more rules. We need more regulations. And these guys just can't fly in under the wire and take away all of the business from the more established hotel and hospitality industry. So that's a bad thing. And they're having, as you might imagine, the same issues in Hawaii, where there's big numbers of tourists that go there and want to stay in hotels, right? But you've got people that have got houses, you've got people that have got apartments, you've got people that have condos, might not live there all the time, and would like to make those places available for those kinds of B&Bs, those kind of temporary visitors. Well, they've got some hurdles to climb over, and it sounds like they're bigger hurdles than ones we've got here. In fact, they're actually enforcing the laws out there. The city of Oahu has issued their first 5 illegal vacation rental citations. They issued them for illegal vacation rental ads culled from online hosting platforms, the first of many expected under a new law that went into effect a few weeks ago. Notice of violation letters went out Thursday by a certified mail to owners of 5 Oahu properties who the city alleges were advertising illegal short-term vacation rentals. And the 5 citations are the first to be issued under the new vacation rental ordinance that makes it illegal to advertise a vacation rental that is not properly permitted or not located inside a hotel resort zone. It also upped the maximum recurring fine for such a violation to $10,000 a day. Owners have got 7 days to correct the problem, and this is just the first 5. They say there are others in the works. Their DPP suggests that there are between 6,000 to 8,000 illegal vacation rentals on Oahu alone. although some have put the number as high as 20,000 of these things in Oahu. So they're really, really trying to crack down on it. The highly contentious Ordinance 1918 was passed unanimously by the City Council in June, then signed into law by Mayor Kirk Caldwell on the 25th. A succession of mayors and councils have tried for 3 decades to enact legislation to slow the steadily growing short-term vacation rental industry, which has exploded in recent years with the advent of online vacation rental hosting platforms like Airbnb, VRBO, and Home Away. So what's the rub? What's the problem? Opponents of illegal rentals argue that the proliferation of them has stolen business from traditional hotels and resorts, altered the character of residential neighborhoods, because now you got people in rent-a-cars zipping by 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, overtaxed the infrastructure, and robbed the island's residents of valuable housing stock. We've talked about this, where you got Hawaii and you got places like Guam, a limited number of houses here, and if you turn something into an Airbnb, if you turn it into temporary lodging or something like that, that's one less house that Section 8 might have access to. That's one less house that a regular renter might have access to. Supporters, though, say residential vacation rentals are the wave of the future. I kind of think along these lines and offer Oahu's visitors an alternative and often cheaper visitor accommodation than the traditional hotel and resort stay. They also argue that vacation rentals create many jobs and provide operators additional income that allows them to keep their properties, keep up their properties, and maybe do a little bit of extra spend in the regular economy. So how do you want to, which side of the table do you want to eat on, as an opponent or a proponent of something like this? And I suppose the answer to the question is whether I have a piece of property that I want to turn into a B&B or whether I don't, or whether I work in the hospitality industry. The long and short is one of the ways that they're going to be able to gauge, I suppose, the success or failure of this is if the numbers go down. If the arrivals go down in Honolulu as a result of less housing available, then they will know that having access to an alternative living arrangement, an alternative hospitality arrangement, and something different and certainly something cheaper might be a big attractor to people that want to visit Hawaii. And I would argue the same thing, the same conversation can be had here. If we had more places where people can go, spend less, do something off the beaten track, kind of an alternative to our traditional hospitality model, maybe we'd get more people coming to Guam. Ponder that while we take care of Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point, being brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and our friends over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
We're almost 2/3 through 2019. If I asked you to summarize the year so far, the highs and the lows, and what you've learned, would you be able to quickly rattle that off? Today, some thoughts on why that's important and how best to get it done. Next, on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
I'm not going to tell you something you don't already know. Life is often a blur. Most of us spend 8 hours or more at our job every day, add family responsibilities, which often go on into the night, rinse and repeat throughout the week, have too much to do on the weekend, and then our reward is to do the very same thing next week. Before we know it, the year is over, and we ask ourselves, where did the time go? What did I accomplish? What happened last year? Or 2017, 2016, 2015? Years run into decades, and decades run into lives. I know you feel it too. Where did the time go, and what did I do with it? I know people who journal daily about all that happens in their life, every event of their day, every idea goes in there. I've tried it, and that style isn't me. Most of the time, I could sum up a day in a paragraph or two, and I could put an entire week on a single page at the most two. Maybe I'll coin a new term here. I'll call it soundbite journaling. Recently, I decided to try again, and this time with a slightly different approach. I make notes every day to remind myself how things went. Spoke to XYZ Company, and they want me to coach their managers in September. Made speech to Rotary Club on ways to grow talent. Dog told me to change the brand of food or he's running away. Then perhaps on Sunday afternoon, I can spend 30 minutes and turn those sound bites into the story of what took place that week. What progress did I make? What do I need to improve? In the larger picture, what did it all mean? We all need reminders of what we learn and how to make use of it. We need to remember what we accomplish. Here's the thing. If we try to do that recall at the end of the year, even at the end of the month, we are going to forget a lot. For me, daily was too much, and monthly results in gaps of information. By process of elimination, weekly has become the right frequency. In 5 minutes a day, I can count my wins and losses, figure what's next, figure how to make improvements, and a few notes here and there. Then, on the weekend, tie it all together into something meaningful. I don't know yet if I should do a monthly recap, but I want to be able to look at a year and determine how I came into it, how I came out of it, and what I learned that can help me, my family, my clients, and others as I move forward. So do this. Number 1. Celebrate your wins. Add details so you'll remember. Then, the things that didn't go so well and why. Next, write down what you'll do to avoid repeating those. A loss can teach us more than a win, so don't neglect this step. Finally, write down your big takeaway for the week and your big goal for the week to come. Then, send the week off into history and focus on what's next. If you decide to utilize such a system, I'll be interested to learn how it works for you, and feel free to reach out with some of your tips to make it more successful. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
7:32 in the morning. That's Jerry in the Extra Point. Thanks very much to the sponsors for bringing that to us. Speaking of sponsors, 7:30 newscast being sponsored by Loli Kemet of Remax Diamond Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call my Auntie Loli at 688-6743. Again, 688-6743. Also being brought to you by GPSI Guam, a professional services company, registered contractor for the federal government. How's that help you? Got to call Al and find out. Give him a ring at GPSI 477-3058. And time now for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. 2 Guam police officers who investigated the murder of 15-year-old Timika Nauta last year testified during a hearing in Superior Court yesterday. Brandon Michael Acosta is accused of murder and rape in the death of Nauta. At issue yesterday was a motion to suppress evidence in the case, which includes clothing that police seized from Acosta's Dededo home. Assistant Attorney General Lenny Rapadas called GPD officers Carl Lizama and Eric Barcenas to the stand. Officer Barcenas said that he located the items at the defendant's home, and Officer Lizama said that he got consent to seize those items. The prosecution, however, contends the police officers were given consent and were entitled to seize the defendant's shorts and slippers. However, defense attorney William Pohl countered that police did not have consent to take those items. Judge Vern Perez took the defense's motion under advisement, and he'll issue a decision at a later time. 38-year-old David James Cruz was released from prison yesterday into the care of third-party custodians by order of Superior Court Judge Vern Perez. Cruz is charged with 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct. The 19-year-old woman who alleges that Cruz repeatedly sexually assaulted her for the past 7 years rushed out of the Superior Court courtroom following the decision. Judge Perez ordered Cruz to have no contact with the victim. The probation officer told the court that the custodians had been approved, and Judge Perez told those custodians that this is a significant responsibility and Cruz needs to be inside the house and under no circumstances, said the judge, does he want him hanging out in the front yard where there's a chance of any exposure to neighbors. Probation also noted that there were children who lived near the home where the defendant would be staying. Cruz is expected to go to trial in January 2020. The price of a gallon of unleaded gas dropping 10 cents yesterday. Mobil and 76 were the first to lower their prices from $4.20 to $4.10 a gallon. Shell followed their lead overnight. All three island fuel suppliers walk in lockstep on prices. This was the 9th price change of the year. It follows a price increase of 10 cents on June 17th. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I see it's 7:35 in the morning, and that's iConnect time. We'll go over some ugly traffic here in a second, but in the meantime, think about calling iConnect later and asking them about saving you money on your mobile and internet plans.
GPSI Guam is a professional services company that is a registered contractor for the federal government. They're an SBA, 8A, and Hub Zone certified SDVOSB, providing program/project management, administration, technical support, logistics, and commodities. Find out more about GPSI and how they can help you today. For large prime companies, contact GPSI if you need assistance in meeting your small business subcontracting goals at 477-3058. They'll be happy to assist.
I got you. Let me see, 7:36, and we'll call that, we'll call it IHOP time if you want to. Swing by IHOP and learn how they've managed to take a piece of chicken, cook it up in buttermilk, huh? It really does make a difference in the flavor of the chicken, and then they fry that thing up. Great ways to try that. You can have it on its own, but our suggestion is you're going in for one of those huge breakfast deals that they've got. Have them put the buttermilk chicken on that, or you can have them put it on with the waffles and your flapjacks at IHOP.
Lolita Kamet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty, a friendly, hardworking, and passionate RE/MAX professional, is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and to helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Told you I got some ugly traffic. Looking at it on the traffic gizmo, most of it is coming out from about the Apau area into Dededo, and that's going to be ugly right up until you get past the Payless up there. And then it should begin to be all right, and then you get to an intersection of 1 and 3, and that's starting to look kind of ruddy on southbound. Then it will clear up again, and then it will start looking bad right when you pass Santos Hill and make your way down to Upper Tumon, John F. Kennedy, and Kmart. By the time you get there, should be running okay. Looking at the intersection of 8, 10, and 16. This one is starting to ugly up over by the airport and the guard facility. Watch out for southbound or inbound traffic. Mostly trying to get through that light over at Happy Mart. But even if after you get past that, north and southbound traffic moving very slow in that direction. North and southbound traffic on Route 10 making your way towards that area, slowing down over by Untalon Middle School, as you might imagine. 10 and 15, that intersection slow moving around the GCC UOGGW area. Intersection of 4 and 10 also looking slow. 10 and 15 is going to be in the other end of 4 and 15 going to be looking slow as well. Don't see too much happening in the downtown Agutnia area right now. Majority of the traffic just hasn't made it that far, but it will in a few minutes. Navy Hospital and let me see, Big Navy and Sumai. Big Navy and Sumai, you'll start seeing that slow down just after you pass Polaris Point. Like I said, ugly traffic must be 738. Right now, traffic on the point.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip, from custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps. They have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15th to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Well, somebody stepped in it. Adelup legislature, and the concern now is that we're walking into a situation where we have ourselves a budget for a $945 million budget is what they're talking about, and only a handful of days, literally literally, to make it all the way through, all of the corrections, all of the changes. It's not the numbers. You know, Chris Duenas and I talking about that yesterday. It really isn't the numbers. I mean, the numbers will balance themselves out. It's all kind of a shell game anyway. We're going to take dollars from here and move it over there until somebody complains. And if they don't complain, we'll just leave it. If they do complain, all right, we'll see what we can do about shuffling around some more dollars from someplace. But it will eventually balance itself out. What is different, though, is all of the changes that are being proposed, and at least one of these changes that has been proposed is to make some changes to the qualifications for the chief of the Guam Police Department. Among the qualifications, 15 years of, quote, progressive experience in a government law enforcement position and have a bachelor's degree in police science, criminal justice administration, public administration, law, or a closely related field. Tucked into it now, they've changed things so that you only have to have one or the other, but not both in order to be the top guy over at the Guam Police Department. All right, fair enough. But is now the right time to do that? Who are we doing this for? What hoop are we jumping through here? And who is it going to be for? Kevin asking the question about, is there somebody afoot? Is there a name on a list somewhere? Why are they doing this? Why does it have to be done in this budget? Because you could, if you wanted to, just propose the legislation. You could find somebody over at the legislature, maybe the guy that's in charge of that committee, Terlahi, and have him introduce legislation that would make these changes if we feel that that is a real big problem. That there are guys from the rank of chief below him that, for heaven's sakes, couldn't possibly get a bachelor's degree together.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the budget bill has a lifespan of 1 year. So are they planning on replacing the chief in the next year?
But they're changing the statute in the legislation. They're using the budget to change the statute. It's not like just a budget provision. They're actually changing the law here on the standards of the police department, and it is causing a lot of people to how do I want to describe this? Lose their minds. Because I don't know when it has been worse. Certainly in the 1970s, we had all kinds of drug problems around here. We had drug pushers and guys that had to get out and join the methadone programs and things like that. It was crazy back in the 70s. I remember when I just started in radio, I'd gotten a promotion, and they let me come to work during the day. At KUM, I do the Saturday and Sunday morning programs at those stations. It didn't normally have news on Saturdays or Sundays, because the weekend, not much going on. But on Guam in the late 70s and a touch of the early 1980s, Dave Eckert come by the radio station every Saturday because they'd find a body somewhere. And in almost every single case, it wasn't just some old expired guy. It was usually somebody that was on the wrong end of the law and on the wrong end of deals that they had made with their drug dealers. And they get killed. I don't know that it is that bad around here, although I am kind of naive about what happens in the great underworld of meth dealing here on Guam. But I'm here to tell you, I don't know that we've ever seen a crime wave like the kind that we have now. 7:43 in the morning. This is not the time to be making adjustments. This is not the time for meddling. This is not the time for mischief. And I'm not the only one saying that. There's a whole heck of a lot of commentary in the social medias on that very subject. What is it I'm getting asked to do here? Can I talk about a rummage sale at Price Elementary, a back-to-school sale, Saturday, 8 to 11 at the school courtyard? Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Sheriff Doofy is what they're talking about, and that refers to a post, a picture that somebody sent me. If we continue on this conversation about reducing the standards for the chief of police, if you're watching Facebook Live, that might be your next chief of police. Might be the next guy. Gomer Pyle is the new chief of police. Just saying, Telena, stay on this one. Stay in this fight. Don't let them do it. And then there's another thing, another story in the media that talks about this. Aside from the chief of police requirements, the budget bill also authorizes the hiring of unclassified deputy chief of police and an unclassified deputy chief for Guam Customs and Quarantine. More political hires. And I don't know that the section of the budget law that they're referring to here does anything about qualifications for those deputy positions. Or, you know what? We'll just make it up as we go along. We're not done with the session. So 9 days in a wake-up, that's what we've got to take care of to push $945 million worth of, and all of the miscellaneous provisions of the budget bill all the way through. There is going to be much room for what I refer to as legislative mischief. And they've said, we'll stay here until 10 o'clock at night. That's what they, in a separate statement, Appropriations Chairman, Senator Joe San Augustine, said, if it takes being in session until 10 p.m. every night, right up until the deadline, we'll get it done because that's what our people elected us to do. Joe, I don't like it when you guys work after 5 o'clock. After the newsrooms have started putting their newscast together, or after the deadlines for reporting have already been done, it's just too much room for legislative mischief and late night shenanigans over at the legislature. So let's start early in the day. Let's you know what? We got the kids lining up for school buses at 5:45. Let's start session right around there. That way, everybody is done by dinner time. And I know how big you are on breaking for food. It's 7:45 in the morning. 888-825. 888-TALK. My very close, very dear personal uncle, Robert Underwood, joins me now. We're taking him early. I'm probably going to take him again tomorrow. I'm probably going to take. No, there's a lot of media coverage on your self-determination march on Labor Day. So I wanted to make sure that we got some time to talk about that today. We'll save all of the fun stuff. And I'll give you a hint for tomorrow when we talk to you, Uncle Robert.
Okay.
For tomorrow, one of the things that I'm going to ask you to riff on is this flap over the bikini beer.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, so think about that. But today, sole topic is your march on Labor Day, the self-determination march. So what's the latest on that? What you've been working on?
Well, actually, what we did is I had a meeting with the mayor yesterday, and kind of tried to not just solicit their support for the march, but hopefully they can give some things like canopies and chairs, which they can do, and water stations. So we're off to a good start, and it's great. I think they're pumped, and we're soliciting donations for different things like that, and hopefully we'll be able to take care of the. We assume hundreds of people who will show up for the march, maybe thousands. We're not sure yet, but we're going to pump it up as much as we can in the remaining time.
Well, it's a holiday, and you've got a big get together among all of the employees, retirees, families of the government of Guam the day before, so you can go down to Joseph Flores Memorial Park and make some noise and invite everybody to come back to Marine Corps Drive on Monday and go on the march.
You read my mind.
I did. I know exactly what that weekend is going to be looking like.
Yeah.
So Uncle Robert's you're going to be campaigning on Sunday to get everybody to show up on Monday.
That's right. And that's all I'm going to campaign for.
Come on. You know, all people heard was campaign and Robert Underwood, and they're going to go, "What's he up to now?" He's just trying to build awareness for self-determination, and it's not just one flavor of self-determination. I think I want to make that part very, very crystal in our conversation, because there might be people going, "Well, that's that independence hothead Robert Underwood, so that's the only position he's going to be advocating for."
No, in fact, the task forces for statehood and free association are also supporting it. So that's all good, and as well as independence. And so, we're trying to make sure that people reach out to all parts of the community and explain it in a straightforward way, so that people don't imagine that this is a call for something else. And we're happy that we're making good progress, and I've had a lot of very interesting conversations. Somebody suggested that we make brew self-determination beer, and maybe that'll get us over the top. But I thought, nah, it's not so good.
Well, no, it might be, because if it was me, I'd have the destiny. You guys are going to go by the courthouse, right? Just keep going to that Carabao Brewing place. By then, they ought to have their Kolsch back in the rack, their Kolsch beer, and we can rename it. It's a self-determination beer or something like that.
And there you go.
Yeah, it's the Independence IPA.
it's a marketing idea that's ahead of its time.
Well, speaking of the marketing, because you're my uncle, and I always ask of you, and so what I'd like you to do is record either a 30 or 60-second promotional announcement and bring it, come to my radio station, record it in my studios, my state-of-the-art digital studios, and we'll make, first of all, we'll run it about 5 or 6 times a day on all 3 of the stations that we have here.
Oh, my gosh.
All right?
Thank you so much.
And then I'll make copies of it. They'll sound good, but not as good as the ones that we'll run here. We'll make copies of it and send it to the other radio stations.
Okay, very good.
And if they want to run it, they can. But I want to give that to you, and by extension, give that to the people of Guam. I agree with you. It's an important conversation. It's not dead just because Davis got his case taken care of. We still have to have the conversation. We still have to move it forward, and I can't think of a better way to move it forward than actually putting feet in motion.
That's right, and put a little light a little fire under some of our elected officials, and to clarify what the next step is. And we're not sure what the next step is, and they're the ones that are working on it between the governor and the AG and the members of the legislature, and hopefully Delegate St. Nicholas as well.
Speaking of Delegate St. Nicholas, I had him on the radio yesterday, and offered to have a beer summit, me and you and him. And no, he was down for the idea. He was, I don't want to say he was crazy about the idea, but he didn't hang up the phone. So I thought maybe there's something we'll do when I get back from Manila, and because I know you're always here because you're retired now, and so he might come in for a visit, like the governor might. And then we can all 3 of us get together. And I don't know whether we want to do this on the radio or the television or something like that, but it'd be fun to get you guys together. And
all right, that sounds like a great idea. I'm very, very open to that.
Okay, well,
thank you for that as well.
All right, well,
I heard about it. They said Ray Gibson is trying to broker a bromance between you and I said, I don't think I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's something more like a beer summit.
It's a beer summit. It's a bunch of guys that love Guam getting together. How's that?
That's great.
That's the thing that we all agree on. You can be a Republican or a Democrat, but God bless America and God bless Guam. So right up, like I said, well, you're not doing anything right now because, again, you're retired. But right up about a 30 or a 60-second, you decide, and all the information that you want to put in there, the times and dates and things like that, bring that script to the radio station. Mike or Donna or somebody will record you. We'll produce it, schedule it a bunch of times a day on all of the radio stations, and get as many people down there as possible.
That's wonderful. I appreciate that very much, Frank.
All right. Happy to do it. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay.
All right. There's my Uncle Robert Underwood, and that's the first of 2 conversations that we're going to have. That's the theme song. When we're talking to Uncle Robert, when he steps into our neighborhood. Tomorrow, it'll be, as we have been doing on Fridays, get together with Uncle Robert and I on the radio, and we'll riff on a variety of topics. If he wants to give Mike a hard time, he can do that on Facebook in his own time. But really, I am interested in the way he feels about certain things that have been going on, but sometimes around here, sometimes around other places. A related story. Have you been reading up on the flap on this bikini beer that these guys have come up with? They've got all of their brands, all of their flavors keyed into the Manhattan Project, and certainly the dropping of the bombs in Bikini Islands. The test that they did were an extension of the Manhattan Projects. Abel and Baker, as you might imagine, people from that part of the world, many of them displaced by the federal government, by the military, as a result of the tests out here on Guam, where we've got people that said all of those ships and planes and everything, they were washed down here on Guam, and it's possible that the radiation, the contamination, followed on those ships from where Abel and Baker were tested to where we are here on Guam. And so there's a lot of people with a lot of flap on the bikini beer, and so I wanted to get his thoughts on that. A few other things I think might be interesting in a conversation with Robert Underwood, but you'll have to be listening to find out what those are. Now, today's theme on the program, what is today's theme? It's Beware Fake News. And there's 2 pieces of fake news that have gone out. One that I saw on the Facebook, and the one that I saw in the newspaper. The one on Facebook came from the guys over at Foremost. And it looked like it was coming from the guys over at Foremost, and it was an announcement that they were coming back with Foremost orange drink, not orange juice. If you're from here, I guarantee it, at some point in your life, you walked into a mom and pop store, you walked into a gas station, and you reached into the cooler for a big thing of Foremost orange drink, and it was the only thing that would quench your thirst. There's some about it was an orange flavored drink, not orange juice, and it was so good. And I don't know why they stopped doing it. Maybe it's something that they might want to bring back one of these days, like they brought back my favorite flavors of the Rocky Road ice cream and all of that. Anyway, so this thing's popping up on social media, and everybody's going, "Yay, hooray! Orange drink is back!" And the guys over at Foremost said, "Hate to say it, but no, it's not. Sorry, guys. If it were, there would be a whole lot more by way of a marketing campaign, other than just a post on social media and in the Facebooks." Apparently, there is another piece of fake news that is floating around out there. Guam residents, it says, may have received a WhatsApp message about supposed new fines for speeding. And according to the guys over at the court and the police department, that's fake news. The circulated post said effective August, it would be $16 for every mile over the speed limit and a $30 court fee per GPD. Spokesman Paul Tapau said, "Never heard of it. We don't set the fines on the citations. That's something that the court does, and generally that's about $8 per. So it didn't come from GPD. It didn't come from the courts. It's just stuff that's floating around on the WhatsApp. So I suppose, I hate nagging, so I'm not gonna, but I will say that I suppose, the thing is before, something comes in on your WhatsApps or your Facebooks, before you forward it, before you share it,
Do you believe in life after love?
you vet it out a little bit. Make sure that it is, in fact, actual news. 888-825-5888-TALK. Where else? I just want to run back and see if there's any more name dropping that I might be able to do here, because it's been a couple of minutes since I looked at it. Valine Iriartus, I've learned this is not fake news. She's not feeling very good these days, and I hope you're feeling better, and I hope that watching the program and listening puts a smile on your face. I got Michelle Peer is there. Carlo DC is online. Gina Marie Tenorio Call is there, and she's the one that wanted me to make sure that everybody knew that Price Elementary is having a back-to-school rummage sale Saturday, 8 to 11, in the school courtyard, as we're selling the children. Crescinda Calvo Ugwin is online. Kutwal Singh is there. Rick Tenorio says, who was the political tentago directing traffic and parking at the Luleon Guerrero Josh election rallies? Is that going to be our new chief of police? Is the guy that was waving cars in and out? Monica Ann Nanette de Vera says, good morning, Ray. Well, good morning to you. I think you have the longest name of everybody on the Facebooks today. Prudential Meno says, government reorganization, fact or fiction? There is nothing factual about anything to do with the reorganization of the government of Guam unless you consider adding departments and agencies and deputy directors kind of reorganizing. I suppose if you're adding and making things bigger, that's a kind of organization, reorganizing of something. What's Smug saying? If they leave status quo off the choice list, the feds won't entertain it. If they don't let every resident participate, the feds won't entertain it. If you're going to do it right, and don't whine to the UN, who can't do squat about it anyway. I agree with that position wholeheartedly, Wim, and I hope everybody else kind of does as well. We were talking about Matrix here, and it's nice to see that there are a couple of people that agree with me on this, that the only good Matrix movie was the first movie. Everything else after that was crap.
Remember when we had the gubernatorial...
It's like Police Academy. You remember Police Academy, the first one?
Yeah.
Awesome. Everything
great.
else, yeah.
Yeah, sequels always suck. You remember the gubernatorial race? We had coffee cups at Circle K.
Yeah.
Should do the same thing for the self-determination. Unofficial coffee cup poll, one that says, free association, one for statehood, one for independence, and one for status quo.
Uncle Robert might have given us a great idea to riff on here, and that is, tying it in with the beers, right? So, and I came up with the first brand, Independence IPA. Wouldn't that be good? Statehood Shandy. We can do something along those lines.
Right.
All right. That's as original as I can get. The rest of the brilliance needs to be on Facebook Live. You guys are funnier than me. Hey, looks aren't everything, right? Joe Flores is there. Let me drop Daryl Taggarty's name into the list. Joyce Lujan Krause is online as well. So like I said, yeah, see if we can tie up some clever brew names to go along with all of the different independence or self-determination statuses that we could be going for. And then maybe we can get somebody over at like the Tap House or over at Carabao or something like that. And the one that's most popular, the one that gets drank the most, would be what we go back to the federal government and say, yes, this is what we want. That's right, yeah. Duchy. I'd like us to be a duchy. I'd like to bring back the Whig Party. It's 7:59 a change where KUSG had gotten you. This is The Point.
On child detention. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Department of Homeland Security ending a long-standing federal court agreement which limits how long immigrant children can be held.
The Trump administration rolled out a new regulation today that would allow the government to detain indefinitely migrant families who cross the border illegally. For years, there was a deal known as the Flores settlement that limited how long migrant children could be held.
I'm the one that kept the families together. With what we're doing now, we'll do even more of that, but it'll make it almost impossible for people to come into our country.
Critics are hopeful it will be challenged in court and never take effect.
Fox's Mike Emanuel in Washington. At a gathering of veterans in Kentucky this afternoon, President Trump signing an executive memorandum that would eliminate debt for wounded veterans.
Altogether, this action will wipe out an average of $30,000 in debt owed by more than 25,000 eligible veterans who have made immense sacrifices, the ultimate sacrifice in many ways.
And he says there'll be no federal income taxes on the forgiven debts, asking that all state taxes that be waived on those debts as well. Attorney General William Barr reaffirming his belief on the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein.
I will say that, as I said before, we have found serious irregularities at the center, but at the same time, I have seen nothing that undercuts the finding of the medical examiner that this was a suicide.
Barr removed and replaced the head of the Federal Bureau of Prisons after Epstein was found dead in his cell at the Manhattan Correctional Facility while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. On Wall Street, stocks closing higher as investors applauded encouraging quarterly results from major retailers. The Dow added 240 points, the Nasdaq plus 71, the S&P gained 23. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
This is Ronnie. Ronnie is about to break his piggy bank.
Come on, piggy bank.
Ronnie wants to upgrade his smartphone.
And this piggy's gonna help me.
If Ronnie had signed up for GTA's handset payment option, he could have selected a new smartphone with an affordable monthly plan.
I could have what?
Exactly. Sign up for HBO at GTA and don't break the bank.
I'm sorry, piggy bank.
Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Police in Hong Kong again facing off with protesters at a suburban train station.
They were there to commemorate a violent attack a month ago at the same station in which protesters were assaulted by pro-Chinese gangs. Wednesday's protests finally ended when police began what they called a dispersal operation using minimum force. Earlier, protesters had sprayed a fire hose and spread soap on the floor to slow a police approach, while piling up trash bins, a wheelchair and umbrellas in a makeshift blockade. It's a tactic they have developed to keep police away. The confrontation ended without further incident, as police retreated and protesters left on trains. But neither side in this ongoing dispute shows any signs of backing down. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo and Attorney General Letitia James announcing a lawsuit against the EPA. They're looking to vacate its decision to not force GE to remove PCBs from the Hudson River, a process the company started in 2015. A bunch of celebrities and regular people apparently fell for an Instagram privacy hoax.
Instagram's chief, Adam Mosseri, debunking a viral copyright meme claiming the platform is changing its privacy policies to use photos of users against them. Mosseri posting, "It's not true." The hoax, similar to one previously seen on Facebook, it's a block of text threatening user photos will become public and be able to be used in court cases. A slew of A-listers falling for it, including Rob Lowe, Julia Roberts, and even Secretary of Energy Rick Perry. The former Texas governor realizing the error, following up, saying, "I'll be darned. First time I've seen anything fake on the internet." Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
After a mere 7 months of marriage, Liam Hemsworth seeking a divorce from Miley Cyrus. The 29-year-old Australian actor filed the papers today. His attorney cited irreconcilable differences as the reason for the split. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Coast 360 introduces our new youth banking program. Give your kids and teens a head start with Kids 360 and Teen 360, a program designed to help your child develop smart financial habits and learn about money. Introduce them to banking and get them on a path towards a thriving financial future. Plus, new youth members get a special lunch tote just in time for back to school while supplies last. Learn more at coast360fcu.com or visit your favorite member center. Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. Terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Everybody's heard about the bird. The bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Vice Speaker Talina Nelson expressing concern over the insertion of a provision in the 2020 budget bill that lowers the professional qualifications for the chief of police. It removes the requirement that the next GPD chief must have no less than 15 years of progressive experience in a government law enforcement position, including 5 years at a supervisory command level and 5 years in a senior position with law enforcement management responsibility. The provision first appeared in Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's version of the 2020 budget bill. Senator Nelson, in a statement, said that when individuals with machetes randomly assault innocent drivers and residents washing their laundry are held at knife point in front of their kids, our community should expect more from public safety leadership, not less, she said. The senator said the proposed change sends the wrong message that we should expect less from our leaders. The people of Guam are right to expect more, according to her statement. Senator Nelson is the vice chair of the Public Safety Committee. Chairman Senator Peter Tulahi is off island. Delegate Michael San Nicolas urging Guam lawmakers yesterday not to pass the local war reparations bill they're considering because it could jeopardize passage of his war claims correction measure, which is awaiting action in the U.S. Senate. San Nicolas called in by telephone from Washington, D.C. to join the second day of debate over Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes's Bill 181, the local war reparations bill. By the time San Nicolas was through, followed by a 3-hour recess, Senator Regine Bisco-Lee made a motion to end the debate with a recommendation to continue the discussion on the local war reparations bill with all other stakeholders. No date was set to resume discussions on Bill 181, but it remains on the legislature's agenda. Late yesterday afternoon, Speaker Barnes issued a statement in response to San Nicolas's claims that passage of her bill would hamper passage of his own war claims measure in the Senate. Barnes said the delegate failed to provide anything concrete which would support his statements. Unless demonstrable progress is made by San Nicolas on advancing his own bill, the Speaker said she intends to forge ahead with Bill 181 upon passage of the budget bill. Some lawmakers did express some renewed confidence yesterday in Bill 181 after they got copies of emails and other documents supporting the Leon Guerrero administration's claim that it has been in contact with federal authorities who support the dual-track approach to reparations. But by the end of the day yesterday, there was not enough support to advance the Speaker's war claims bill to the voting file. We'll have more news after this.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV.
For details, call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
11 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. 38-year-old David James Cruz was released from prison yesterday into the care of third-party custodians by order of Superior Court Judge Vern Perez. Cruz is charged with 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct. The 19-year-old woman who alleges that Cruz repeatedly sexually assaulted her for the past 7 years rushed out of the Superior Court courtroom following the decision yesterday. Judge Perez ordered Cruz to have no contact with the victim. The probation officer during the hearing yesterday told the court that the custodians have been approved. This is a significant responsibility, said Judge Perez, addressing the defendant's custodians. He said that Cruz needs to be inside the house, and under no circumstances, said the judge, does he want him hanging out in the front yard where there's a chance of any exposure to neighbors. Cruz is expected to go to trial in January 2020. The price of a gallon of unleaded gas dropping 10 cents yesterday. Mobil and 76 were first out of the gate, lowering their prices from $4.20 a gallon to $4.10 a gallon now. Shell following their lead overnight. All 3 island fuel suppliers walking lockstep on prices. This was the 9th price change of the year. It follows a price increase of 10 cents back on June 17th. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
Yeah, let's do this right now. Before I get into the weather, let me just tell you about what's happening on the roadways. 8, 10, and 16, as bad as I've seen it recently, it looks like you're going to start seeing traffic just after you pass Barragata Heights on your way towards that particular intersection. A little bit of stumbles going northbound as well. Once you get to the intersection, you got to make it through that tragedy, and southbound traffic fine until just after you pass that one good entrance to Teedson. Up around Wendy's and the Untalon Middle School area, expect delays in both directions. 10 and 15 is all snagged up. 10 is just ugly today. I'd just stay off that if you can. And also the McMobile that brings you into the Harvest area, that has got traffic slowing in both directions as well. Downtown Agutnia area, as you're coming in from Route 4, right around Shirley's, Pizza Hut, kind of that area there. Did I say Pizza Hut? Is there Pizza Hut down there? Yeah. Down by Shirley's and McDonald's and Wendy's. Expect some delays. We've got the traffic cones getting sorted out, so watch out for that. Now we can talk about weather. I've got the weather forecast we've been giving you all morning long. Looks like this. Partly cloudy today. Isolated showers are possible. Northeast winds up to about 15 mph, decreasing to 5 to 10 miles an hour after sunset. A warm day, about 89 degrees. Overnight low is going to be about 79 degrees tonight. Sunset should be at 6:38 or so. 8:13. That is the weather that I see. Speaking of sea, let's take a look at the weather radar from the Points Weather Center. Here's Duke Sky Talker.
Got a few changes going on here as I see things develop during the day today. Of course, now showers that were to the west of us have petered out. We were in that switch of the diurnal cycle, starting to get the daytime side now, firing things up off to our northeast, and those look pretty impressive. So we could see some showers and maybe even an embedded thunderstorm roll through here, say about 10-ish, 11-ish. We'll have to see how that goes. And, of course, more isolated showers off to the east. All of that has to come this way. We'll show you why on the satellite.
Yep.
Right now, no large-scale weather systems right over the top of us, but we do have a tropical storm. That's Bailu. That's far to the west over by the Philippines. That'll move up to Taiwan in the coming days. By the way, National Weather Service still calling this a tropical depression because by the American counters, it still is a tropical depression. But JMA is actually the boss of tropical weather here in the Western Pacific, and they call it a tropical storm. So if there's any confusion, now you're not confused anymore. Down to the south, we got some blobbage, got more blobbage to the east. That stuff to the east will be coming this way. Stuff to the southeast looks like it's actually creeping up this way, so that will help increase the moisture as we go through the day today and might actually enhance our chance for showers as we get into the heat of the afternoon.
All right, and so 8:15 this morning, and because I know that you spent time thinking about it, I did want you to have an opportunity to tell the listeners what you'll see if you look at the night sky under Orion's belt.
Oh, yeah. Well, early in the morning right now, we have Orion's Belt. Now, the people in the Catholic faith know this constellation as the Three Kings because at Christmas time, it's directly overhead. But it is Orion, and when you see the belt, you'll look up at sunrise, and as you see the belt, it'll be tilting down to the southeast, and then there's, if you follow the belt, away from Orion's constellation, you'll see a very bright star that the belt is pointing to. That star is Sirius. That's called the Dog Star.
Sirius.
Yeah, well, so is it. And it's called the Dog Star because it is it's the brightest star in the constellation Canis Major, which is the big dog. And this is the time of year that Sirius starts to rise in the morning, which also leads us to why we call this the dog days of summer.
Because the star is rising.
Dog star rises.
There you go.
This time of year.
Dog days, and that's why and that's why we call them the Three Kings as well. It's 8:16 in the morning, and that is what's happening. News and plenty of weather and constellation and traffic together. This must be the point.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
8:16 in the morning. Yeah, I feel your pain. I still haven't gotten the aircon in the car taken care of, so I was driving around, and it gets to be a certain time of day. I ain't getting in that car. 8:16 in the morning, and what am I supposed to tell everybody about Ruby Tuesdays? Yeah, let's go to Ruby Tuesdays. You can go there anytime, but the big day to go is going to be on Tuesday because, it's their day. And so we'll start with a happy hour that starts as soon as they open their door. And then when it gets to be dinner time or just time to eat, go to Ruby Tuesday with a friend. And then both of you get to go through the open salad bar all the time. You can hang out and do that. And then after that, you go through the salad bar, and then we're going to eat different entrees. I mean, you can get the same entrees, but, they've got a whole spread, and you can decide what it is that you want to eat: chicken, pork, fish, steaks. And then we've got dessert. And the important part is trying to decide how you're going to eat the dessert. Is there going to be the cheesecake, the New York cheesecake, or the Frostbite chocolate cake? Either way, figure out what it is and then share it. That will never get old. It will. I will not let that get old, ladies and gentlemen. 8:17 in the morning. So go and try out the fantastic 2-for-1 Tuesdays at Ruby Tuesdays, $29.99. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by American President Line's global presence with a local Homeland Security title. You need to keep some confidentiality in whatever it is that you're doing in the real estate world. You got a great deal you don't want anybody else to know about. They know how to keep a secret at Security Title.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. Bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by my friend. Now, I got a lot of friends everywhere. I mean, they're just crazy where you can find these guys. Can I talk about Wendy's? I'll talk about Wendy's here. It's time for the Wendy's Bacon Fest, the place that brought you the Baconator and sells more Applewood smoked dreams and all of that than anybody else on the planet. Try the all-new Bacon Jalapeno Cheeseburger or the Bacon Double Stack in the $5 biggie bag. Get yours now at Wendy's during Bacon Fest. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by by guys over at Cars Plus, where they've extended the summer of the Jeep until August, end of August, as a matter of fact. So you still got time to go and figure out what color Jeep suits you on the lot. 1.99% APR is going to hook you up. And, of course, folks over at Take Care, portions of the program brought to you by them. They offer the proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage folks like you and families like yours to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventive care, being active, eating right, relaxing, and unwinding. So which ones am I good at? Preventative care, so-so, being active, okay, yes. Eating right, can't lie. So we're going to have to teach me how to do that. Relaxing and unwinding and being socially connected, yeah, that's all of us. So find out how you can do it better with your friends over at Take Care.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
What is all this crap about a new Matrix movie? Who's asking for a new Matrix movie?
I was unaware that the directors of the Wachowski brothers, when they directed The Matrix, they were men. They are currently women. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if you would think that would be
just like dressing like women, like a lark.
No, I think they're fully. I think they're full on transition, or at least one of them is for sure. Only because when you see Lana Wachowski, they kept the last name.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's. I don't know why people don't know that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like why that's not a more like a known story. But yeah, the Wachowski brothers. I'm pretty sure, if not both, for sure one. When they used to be men and now they're women.
People have lives, and it's like, okay, 2019, you're gay, we get it. It's fine. Do we have to hear it? Does it have to be every time we talk? It has to be a topic of the conversation. See what I mean? Anyway, so Kim Cattrall, who's not gay, is celebrating 63 years. I guess it was Kenny Rogers is 81 years old. Everything I know about playing cards, I learned from the song "The Gambler."
And last I heard, he's not gay either.
I think so. Anyway, 8:21 in the morning. That is interesting.
Well, I think it's important that if we got to announce when they are gay, it should be just as important that we announce when they're not.
Okay. Because sometimes they change. They go back and forth.
Clearly.
Like, remember Anne Heche?
Yeah.
Right?
She was married to Ellen.
Yeah.
And now she's a mom of 2 or 3.
All right, so the other big topic that we're going to talk about before we start talking about sports, and the only thing I have is the 5K and our football pick'ems thing, is I was talking with Uncle Robert, and Uncle Robert came up with the germ of a great idea for self-determination. Obviously, we're not going to be able to have the vote that we were talking about doing. Dave Davis got that case. We're going to have to figure out another way that we can gauge the sentiments of the people when it comes to self-determination on Guam. And so what I'd like to propose is that we tie it to flavors of beer.
But see, I don't know if people are as big of fans of. I mean, I know people are big fans of beer, but I don't know if they're like you and me, where they actually can differentiate a pale ale between an IPA.
I know I can't.
You can't.
I just whatever's hoppy.
That's the
darker, the hoppier ones. Well, but I've been drinking an IPA that's not as hoppy, and it's actually very smooth.
And that's
It's kind of dark. So anyway, we've got to name a couple of these, and I just want to run these by you because you're one of my favorite drinking buddies. Independence IPA. We do a Statehood Shandy.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of gay.
Okay.
The Colonizer Hard Cola.
Okay. All right.
Commonwealth Cider.
All right.
Free Association Ale. And the Status Quo Stout. Status Quo Stout. And so we line all these things up at like Tap House or Carabao or someplace like that, and just everybody come in, and whatever drink you get that's what we're going to go for.
So
the question that I have though is I find that we're limited in our selection. So we got statehood. Somebody said statehood, independence, and free association. I think are the 3 choices that we have left. Personally, I think we should look at some of the other forms of governance, self-governance that we ought to be looking into. I propose a monarchy. I'd like to propose a monarchy.
But hang on, but like a real monarchy,
with me being your king.
A real,
in short, a dictatorship.
Right.
Real monarchy, or like the one how they have kind of in England, where like she's the queen, but there's also still a parliament that does all the work.
No,
she's just a figurehead.
Up against the wall, I'd shoot him day one. I would be the king.
So then, the king's not. So in our situation,
yes,
the king won't just be a figurehead.
I would be running everything. I would be the king of Guam. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah, I think if you thought about that for a second, how
Josh can still be my queen.
But yeah, I think that would be cool. I like monarchy.
Shut up, knew that was funny.
No, you get that connection.
Dr. Sam Mabini and Frank La'anan at the University of Alabama. Tide roll out there, Sam. Thanks for checking in.
Soon. I mean, next weekend, Mike? I think is when college football starts. So we'll be tide rolling pretty soon because they start a couple weeks before the NFL season.
Well, it depends on what the AAG is going to be doing with the Department of Education. Will Tide roll? Will Alabama actually be able to play?
Yeah, right. I think so. And speaking of that, I just wanted to let everybody know the schedule has been out. I guess it's going to go off without a hitch because the first game on the docket for IIAG football is going to be the bitter rivalry of the George G.W. Washington High School Geckos, and they're going to take on the Father Duenas Friars. That game, of course, will be at both teams' home field at GW. So, interesting.
Okay, also, oligarchy, fascism, and communism, I think, should be up for grabs in any conversation that we have about the self-determination of the island.
Communism.
Because I think in virtually all of those cases, I could make a plea to be in charge of them.
But the independence movement wants to name it the socialist of Guahan or something, so that's kind of already.
No, I don't. I've not heard that they're talking about. I haven't heard their platform on.
Oh yeah, but that's the name they want to name.
I mean, we've got to come up with some means of. It's just okay, fine. We're not going to be a part of the United States anymore. But how will we govern ourselves? Will we still be, a representative, democracy? Is this going to be what is it? It's not democracy.
Well, for the independence people, what's in a name?
Anyway,
they have socialists in the name.
Ponder all that. We got to yak about the. Because current Guam is paying us to do this now. Yak for just a little bit about the football pick'ems. Did we get any more in the overnights? Or we
did 28? Actually. There's 29. 29. And evidently we have 2 people in the pick'ems group that are Bills fans.
Hey,
yeah.
So Renee and who else?
I don't know. Somebody.
Oh, that's right. We only got.
I don't have the names, but it's just called the Bills Hoffa Mafia.
Bill's Hoffa Mafia. I like that.
There are new ones. And we'll go down the whole list of people that are in, but we got 29 in.
Nice.
So that's a nice turnout. We got plenty of room. There's still room for more that want to sign up. Once again, go to Yahoo Sports, go on to Fantasy Sports, go to Pro Pick'em Football. It'll ask you if you want to create a group or join a group. You want to join one. Yeah. It will ask you what the number is. That number is 3384. The password is Ray Gibson, all one word, lowercase. Once you get signed in, just pick out a really cool name and you're in.
That's and we're giving away something expensive from GTA at the end of all of this. It's either going to be whatever the latest and greatest is of the iPhone or the Samsung or the Pixel line. So that's what you're going to be playing for. It doesn't cost you anything except a couple of minutes to do this, and then over the course of the weeks, you obviously got to maintain it. So every week you're going to have to go back to the Pick'ems page. It will give you a menu of all the teams and all the games that are going to get played through that NFL weekend, and all you got to do is figure out who's going to win. Whoever gets the most during the week gets to be the weekly winner, and I'm still working on getting you a cool weekly prize for that. And then whoever has the most wins at the end of all of this is going to be deemed our football pick'ems winner.
I can't wait. And I did look. My team, the Cowboys. I will be. They're going to kick off at around 6:30 on that first Monday morning. So I'm going to be right here. But I think I'm going to wake up early at 3 and watch the first round of games before I get in here.
8:27, 5K, 10K, and I think I've got somewhere the times now for when everybody is supposed to be actually starting the race. So if you're going to be in one of the races this weekend at Onward Golf Course, 5:45 is when the 10K is going to start. At 6, the 5,500 race. That's 5.5 kilometers. And then at 6:15, the 2K is going to be starting. And then by 7 o'clock, most people ought to be in. And then we can start with the trophy and medal presentation. Normally when they do the raffles there's a board with numbers, so that saves a whole lot of voice work for somebody that's going to be calling stuff out through the course of the day. I would sign up early for it because it's always, in my case, touch and go whether or not you'll be able to sign up that day. So swing by the usual spots and do that. What kind of games you got this weekend?
This weekend, not really much of anything. As like I said, we're all just kind of looking forward to to the pro leagues. But as far as here locally, this is going to happen as this is actually not this weekend. This is tonight. So to kind of start off your weekend a little bit, rain wreaked havoc on the playoffs for the APL Guam Women's Fast Pitch Softball Championship. So defending champions Southern are going to take on Juice for the whole shebang. Tonight, scheduled at 7 down at the Mike S. Terlahi baseball field in Petey. Southern defeated the Queen Bees 13-10 in a continuation of a game that was suspended on Sunday, and that is how they got to the game, to the championship game, rather. And then Juice beat out Aztecs. So that was their road to the championship. And like I said, defending champion. Southern, they will take on Juice. So again, that game tonight, 7 p.m. down in Petey for the whole championship titles.
It's going to be huge, and I've got because my daughter's now playing for Academy. We're getting ready to start not this week, but next week. I want to say Thursday is one of their first set of games for her in the JV, which means that the girls volleyball in the schools is going to be launching around that same time for everybody else, right? So there's going to be some plenty of double AG action going to be taking place for at least those guys.
Yeah, because this is second week of school, right?
Well, yeah, and I think they're playing up at Ukudu. I want to say the first game's up at Ukudu, so obviously it's still the combined effort.
Yeah, and that's league, I guess, is a little bit different only because unlike the football games where they only play Friday, Saturdays, I think they have like Tuesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. They kind of change up their days of the week. Do the volleyball teams. So
it's that's going to be fun, and obviously there'll going to be an awful lot of talk about girls volleyball in this program.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, and Academy.
And Academy's girls volleyball program. I'm just saying. And the only other things I need to tell you about, I got the big number 24 and M written down in my notes. And 25. Today is Thursday, and this isn't a commercial. It's just one of those things where the government of Guam consistently working very, very hard to take as much money out of your pocket as possible. I want to do as much as I can to put money in your pocket. So today is the Thursday drawing of the bingo. So go buy wherever it is that you buy them and buy yourself some bingo tickets. They get between 400 and 600 winners from Guam on a regular basis. I mean, nobody's winning the big jackpot, but you're taking little bites out of it. So 24 million is what the Thursday drawing is going to be.
I would love to have all of it.
That would solve one or two of my problems. Well, the government still gets theirs. Government Guam is still going to get theirs. And so we've got to figure out how to do this without encouraging the wrath of the perpetually annoyed. Yeah. And how are we going to get bikini beer on Guam? I mean, for all of the hubbub that this stuff is getting in the national press, this better be really good beer.
You know where it comes from, right?
Texas.
Dallas.
That was just a guess.
So you know whose side on this fight I'm on, right?
Yeah, you get one of your friends to send a pack.
I'm not. I could get my sister to send us a whole case. I'm not joking.
Pouch it out.
And anybody who said anything ill about it doesn't get any.
I'll give you the corporate DHL account. Don't tell the partners that I'm using it to bring beer across state lines.
I mean, we know that there's like tons and tons and shelves of hot sauce that do the same thing this one beer did, right? We know that. I mean.
Really? We have a hot sauce that's named after a bikini?
Not them specifically, but other areas that have had
atomic blasts and things like that.
Like I think Hooters has 3 Mile. The hottest Hooters hot sauce I think is 3 Mile Island or 7 Mile Island, which is a nuclear accident from Pennsylvania back in like the 40s or something. I think something blew up. I guess they didn't get deliberately bombed, but
yeah, there was like a late 70s, early 80s. Our version of Chernobyl. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Having one of those old fart moments. How about you?
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, like I've seen Chernobyl, hot sauce, that's like 800 Scovilles, and you can't eat a drop of it because it's too hot.
It's a good selling point.
It's marketing, and there's people that are feeding right into it.
And I will say this though, it does make more sense to market hot sauce like that than beer, but still, it's a marketing play.
I don't know. I'm surprised that we don't have a resolution from the legislature yet.
Well, just wait.
All the Mauna Kea protesters now going to be protesting that. It's 8:33 in the morning. That's all the time that we got to yak about. What is it? This okay.
Yeah.
That's all the time we got to yak about, to pretend to talk about sports. Blake's going to go finish the morning show over there, and Kevin's got headlines after these.
Are you ready for some football? The Ray Gibson Show has got your NFL fix every Friday on Sports with Blake. Be a part of the action by going to yahoo.com's Fantasy Sports Pro Football Pick'em. Join League 3384 with the password Ray Gibson. Choose your team name and get your game on. Winners get a chance to win some awesome prizes that get you through the NFL season. The NFL Picks on the Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by Current Guam.
Something sometimes just as interesting conversations when the microphone is not on as it is when it is. When they are on, we were talking about Bikini Beer and Shiner on the way from former Guam resident, but perpetually interested in what goes on here, Brad Hewitt. And that'd be all right. Like I said, I mean, for all of the hubbub that it's making on the national and international medias here, this better be some outstanding brew. 8:34 in the morning, and time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here is Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. Finance Committee Chairman Senator Joe San Augustine issuing a statement yesterday expressing confidence that the legislature will pass the fiscal 2020 budget before the deadline next week. His statement follows Tuesday's joint release from 4 Republican senators expressing concern that there may not be enough time to hold complete and transparent discussions on the nearly $1 billion 2020 budget. Guam law requires that the legislature pass a budget and submit it to the governor by August 31st, which is next week on Saturday. A revised version of the legislature's spending plan, Bill 186, was introduced on Monday. Lawmakers are expected to begin debate on the budget this afternoon at 2 when session reconvenes. 2 Guam police officers who investigated the murder of 15-year-old Timika Nauta last year testified during a hearing in Superior Court yesterday. Brandon Michael Acosta is accused of murder and rape in the death of Nauta. At issue yesterday was a motion to suppress evidence in the case, which includes clothing that the police seized from Acosta's Dededo home. Assistant Attorney General Lenny Rapadas called GPD officers Carl Lizama and Eric Barcenas to the stand. Officer Barcenas said he located the items at the defendant's home, and Officer Lizama testified that he did get the consent to seize those items. Prosecution contends police officers were given permission and were entitled to seize the defendant's shorts and slippers. Defense attorney William Pohl, however, countered that police didn't have any consent to take those items. Judge Perez took the defense's motion under advisement. He'll issue a decision at a later time. Guam Department of Public Health has won a $30,000 award from the Department of Health and Human Services for quality improvements to one of the island's healthcare centers. A release from HHS says the award recognizes especially high-achieving health centers across the nation. Public Health Director Linda DeNorsi telling the Guam Daily Post that the Northern Region Community Health Center received the award for its systematic use of patient-centered coordination care management processes after it met 6 quality standards set by the National Committee for Quality Assurance. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
That is I was going to tell you something. Now all of a sudden I can't remember what it was going to be. Oh, tomorrow morning, 7:30 or so. And in a rare breakaway of Ray Gibson morning show policy, we will have a guest in the studio tomorrow at 7:30.
Wonderful.
It's not
who
the pretty,
will it be?
It's not the pretty girl that I normally bring in at 7. It's not a surprise. We've been talking about this for the last couple of days. Rudy Rodolfo from Burger King is coming in, and he's going to be bringing
samples.
Yes, no, he's going to bring actual sandwiches. He's actually going to be bringing Impossible Whoppers.
So don't eat breakfast tomorrow.
Don't eat breakfast tomorrow morning. We got one for you. Michael will get one. Jerry Roberts not going to be here, so he doesn't get anybody. We might have enough for just about everybody at the radio station. So we will be among the first to try the new 100% non-beef Whoppers, the Impossible Whopper from Burger King. That's tomorrow morning about 7:30. We'll see if we can get a couple more to give away on the radio. It's 8:37, and that's iConnect time. Call iConnect at 888-8888 and ask them about how they can save you some dough on mobile and internet plans.
At the mall, as you enjoy your shopping, dining, or entertainment, you could also win 3 great cars from Atkins Kroll and thousands of prizes in Micronesia Mall's Cars, Prizes, and Getaways game. Present your mall receipts and have a chance to win the renowned performance Chevrolet Camaro, the unapologetic rugged Toyota 4Runner, or the head-turning Lexus ES350 Luxury. Getaways to Manila, courtesy of Philippine Airlines, plus prizes from Foot Locker and Burger King. The more you shop, the more chance to win in Micronesia Mall's Cars, Prizes, and Getaways game.
I got you. It's 8:38 in the morning, and you need to think about lunch. And may I suggest that you go to Mescla? You know, we got two Mesclas. We got the main branch, and we got the downtown Tumon branch over in the Grand Plaza. Swing by there and find out your favorites. I like, we talk about all the different things that we get there. And one of my favorite things about Mescla is just the atmosphere. I just like, knowing that I'm going to get in there and I'm going to have some awesome local style food. So we got the Tenatla Chutney with the Denancy. Get the extra Denancy because you're going to put it on whatever else you order. And the suggestion is that you find a way to get yourself into that Dungeness crab. They've got a garlicky Dungeness crab, 2 pounds worth of this stuff. And you take it apart, and it's got this special super secret garlic sauce that goes on it. Serve it on chow mein noodles that you will slurp up with delight. Find that, like I said, at Mescla.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Is it time? I'm sorry. I was looking at a piece of fake news that I'll get to share with you in a couple of minutes. And like I said, you got to be careful. If words are coming out of my mouth or Kevin's mouth, chances are pretty good that it's based on some kind of fact and reality. More so with Kevin than me. But sometimes you see things on social media and you go, "That's just awesome," and then you get dashed when you find out it's not real. More on that in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, as far as traffic is concerned, still a little bit busy around 8, 10, and 16. Not as bad as it was a few minutes ago. 10 and 15, that intersection still kind of heavy on the Price Elementary side. Look out for traffic as you get closer and closer to GW, GCC, UOG, and that area. But for all intents and purposes, it's just a couple of places at intersections that will be slowing you down right now. And one of them is the intersection over by the upstairs 76 Circle K, 10 Alpha onto Macheche. That one looks like it's a little bit busy with some traffic, still trying to figure out where it's going. Second string traffic, 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning. That's traffic here right now, traffic on the point.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
I got to do a fairly complex operation here, and it requires me to take a picture from Facebook and then transfer it to WhatsApp so that I can put it on the big screen for you on the Facebook Live here. So hold on, stand by one. Let me see if I click that, and then click on that one there, and then yes, I want to send that with no captions, and then everything will be all right. If the world is turning in the appropriate direction, then I should be able to get this thing up on the screen so that you can take a look at something that I looked at yesterday and said, Oh, I hate it when that happens. Fake news on the internet. Do I have Marcus on the line? Is that all right? Line one. Marcus Fong from the Foremost family of foods and drinks is online. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. I'm doing well.
I'm always a delight to hear from you. Always a delight to hear about some crazy new things that you guys are working on. You know, you got the that cold brew coffee and all of my favorite flavors are as close to the original as you could possibly get rolling out, including the Foremost Rocky Road ice cream. Just absolutely thrilled with the direction the company is going. And there were a lot of people yesterday that got thrilled because they found out there was the orange drink was back on Facebook. Foremost orange drink was going to be back in the store shelves, but
I was pretty thrilled too.
So they didn't tell the president of the company, huh?
No, that news slipped by me.
So what happened here? I mean, this is a great example of how fake news travels on the internet and how quickly things can go. And so somebody apparently was doing, I don't know, some kind of prank, some kind of lark, and found a poster of the Foremost orange drink and stuck it on the internet and said it's back.
Yeah, that's the great thing about social media. So we actually did some investigative work, and we traced this back to one gentleman who decided to, in his words, pull a joke for his friends, and somehow it spread like wildfire.
Well, and unfortunately, the thing is, as is the case, I think I'd read some of the comments associated with this. There were a lot of people that were truly excited about Foremost Orange drink coming back, and just talking about it. There was something about that, and Marcus, I'm sure you know, but there was always a time, there's a certain kind of thirst that you got that could only be quenched with Foremost Orange drink, and so we were sad to see it go, and delighted to think that maybe it could be coming back.
Yes, there's a lot of excitement, and we got so many phone calls that day, and a lot of our team members actually didn't know what to do about it. They were taken off guard.
Well, in terms of free market research, though, I mean, it gives you an indication that maybe just for nostalgic purposes, there might be a lot of people that would be excited to see it back in the store shelves, maybe even on a temporary run. Have you guys considered that in the wake of this prank?
Oh, absolutely. Even before this came around, we've been on the search, but, I grew up with orange drink. A lot of my friends grew up with orange drink. And so I know I know the taste, I know the flavor, I know how much it meant to everybody. And we needed to find something that was as close to it as possible. And unfortunately, that search is ongoing.
What happened to the original recipe? Did somebody lose it?
Yeah, somebody lost it. Well, with the original supplier that had that mix no longer produces that, and we also produce that in our Tamuning facility. So trying to find the right mix, the right formula, the right recipe, and the right people to put it together is actually a lot harder than it sounds.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking, tang with maybe a little bit of extra sugar or something like that, but a little bit more complex than that, because you're right, it was a very unique flavor that came with that. Wasn't there also a grape drink version as well?
There was a grape drink, and I think if you remember the grape drink, it was in the carton box. It wasn't even in the bottle.
Yeah. It was. I do recall that in the. It looks like a Foremost milk container.
Yep, that was the one.
Wow, I'm getting memories here. I can almost taste the paper. on the deal, yeah. Just chew on that, and it takes me right back. As many of these things will often do. Sometimes just the conversation is enough to get that taste in your mouth, and there are enough old school people around that would recognize the flavor immediately and know immediately if you guys got it wrong. So I think I understand what's at stake.
Yeah, absolutely, and we really appreciate the fact that we've got that part in the community. Foremost name still stands in that, and definitely the search continues on, and I hope to be able to bring that little part of history to some of the newer generation as well.
Well, keep us posted on what's going on with that, and let me know. In the meantime, are you guys rolling anything new out now that we're out of the summer and moving into fall and the holidays? Is it too early to start talking about eggnog?
See, I'm really worried about starting another firestorm with saying what we might be coming on the horizon.
Right.
But, there's a couple of things that we've been looking in the history books and saying, hey, we really missed this, and this was really well. So there are some things in the works. But again, we really got to get it back to the right taste, and we don't want to just put something for the sake of putting something together.
I can appreciate that. Being in business, people want a certain sound, people want a certain flavor, people want a certain feel that they get when they pop that thing open for the first time. Well, keep us posted on the results of your search, my friend.
Yep, definitely will.
All right, now see you soon. Marcus Fong from Foremost talking about the fake news that was out there over the last couple of days that indicated that that they were bringing back Foremost Orange drink. It ain't true. It's fake news. They got to the bottom of it. Somebody just playing a game, doing a little bit of a prank. And the reminder, the cautious reminders, because now there's people that are disappointed. The cautious reminder before you start doing things like that is, dude, it'll have an effect on people's lives. They'll just start, fiending for it. How do I find that? How do I get that flavor back in my mouth? 8:47 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. But I'll tell you what, we've had an incredible time so far talking about some of the interesting topics and the interesting issues that are in front of us now as the legislature seems to have been just stepping into piles lately. I used to say stepping into puddles. And I refer, I do that when I step out of line, or if I do something wrong, I go, oh, stepped in a puddle on that one. But in this case, it just feels like the legislature for most of this week has been stepping in piles of, if you want to complete the visual, dog doo-doo. They wasted a couple of days chasing down war reparations. Finally was able to get Michael St. Nicholas on the line. And Mike, told them these are the risks associated with doing something like this. So please take very good care. And if you're going to continue to do it, just know that it could derail what I've got. As you might imagine, that there was almost immediately, some kind of foldback on that. The press releases went out from the Speaker's office talking about baseless claims that were being made by Mike. And it seems to me that there were a whole lot of baseless claims that were floating around when we started talking about war reparations, up to and including who's going to pay. Where's the money going to come from? Oh, we're gonna take this from lapse funds. Okay, what lapse funds? Do we have a standing balance on an account that is marked lapsed somewhere? We aren't going to know what funds have lapsed until after the fiscal year. And ask B.J. Cruz how long it takes to get an accurate accounting of what the government has taken in and what the government has spent. Add 60 days to that. So when are we going to know what the lapse is? They might be able to thumbnail it. I bet you Les Carlson's good enough. He might be able to ballpark it. But even when he was asked to ballpark it, might be 2, might be 3, might be 4. I think is the quote from yesterday's news. So, you want to talk about counting your chickens before they hatch, and then you run into all kinds of other problems. All right, so fine. Congress finds out that we're going to self-fund this here. They may disregard the work that Mike is doing, and if they disregard it completely, then that means that the Treasury will be taking certain Section 30 funds up to $40 million and putting them in this account. They won't send them over here because there's already a mechanism to set those dollars aside. So without any further action, those dollars will just continue to pile up and they won't get over here. So that $7.5 million from lapse funds that was going to be repaid by these Fed dollars ain't going to get repaid by anybody. Now, I'm getting better at it because I think I'm spending too much time with Michael Knight. But in my head, it feels like this might be some kind of a backdoor plan to take out a loan. To go and say, well, don't know how long we can wait. For God's sakes, people are dying. And they are. But I don't know how long we can wait out Mike and his plan in Washington, D.C., and don't want to wait until the end of the fiscal year plus to figure out what the lapse funds are. And maybe the people over at the legislature, working with the people over at the administration, will say, hey, let's take out a loan. Let's do one of these short-term loans. You can see where this is headed, right? You've already got it in your head. You can already see the wheels are in motion. They're going to make just a big enough clamor here. They're just going to be huge cries and say the only way that we can resolve this problem is we're going to borrow $10 million from someplace. Don't we have statutory authority right now in rainy days and under urgent situations to go out and take out some kind of a loan along those lines? So we exercise it, and then we'll see what happens. Get it over and done. Just take out $40 million and pay each person on Guam $240. Yeah, 54-40 raise years back. Deja vu. Maybe, I don't know. But see, this is the way the people's wheels are going to turn. And it might not be a conspiracy theory. It might be this is how we're going to frame this issue, and this is how we're going to resolve this issue. The conspiracy theorists will say, hey, doesn't Governor Lou's family own a bank? Maybe they'll give us a loan. I know, and then. So that's where my head is on that. But like I said, the legislature wasted a couple of days talking about it, and I'm sure that it will surface again in the next few days in between conversations about $945 million budget that they've got 9 days and a wake up to attend to, and that supposes that this great budget that they're going to send is going to go to the governor's office, where they are going to review now in a very short amount of time, because they got to get the budget up there, right? And if there's no working budget, at which point does the Department of Administration run out of authority to write checks to employees and retirees in the government of Guam? I don't know. So we're going to hurry up, chop through, or as the man says in the movie, tick-tock, Time's a waste. In TikTok, we're going to rush through this budget, and then we'll send that up to the governor's office. They won't have a lot of time to take a look at it and see what's in it, other than the stuff that might have survived from their budget proposal. So what's going to happen here? What's going to happen? Will there be another urgent and emergent situation where people are breathlessly talking about payless paydays and we're going to be short if we don't do this, if we don't do that? What is going to be held hostage in this budget time? There's still in the 9 or 10 days, and then even the follow-up over at the governor's office, there is still time for all kinds of drama, which will irk me to no end. Because I'm the guy that said after the election and before the inauguration, this ought to be the most productive time in the history of Guam. Never in the history of Guam have there been so many people with so much in common between the governor's office, the legislature, even the judiciary. Even the judiciary. Everybody, guys, we're all liberal women. They're anything and everything that we've always wanted, we ought to be able to get done. So we'll watch and see if there are not still friction points. I know what you're going to say, and it's sexist and misogynist. But having said that, go ahead.
All that sounds really good until you realize that girls can't even agree on the same pair of shoes.
I always wanted to. My goal, my dream was to understand women. Women understand women. They don't like each other, so I abandoned that one. 888-8255. Off and 3.
Hey, Ray.
Off and
I just want to put something that you discussed earlier. Since Mike Nicholas is in Congress and you and him on a first-name basis, ask him to open up the what they call a zero price differential on gas prices. These guys just follow each other.
Now, what you'll have to describe that for me, please. A zero price differential.
Yeah, I know this firsthand. One of the oil company executives was talking to me that they won't compete on the basis of price. And I said, why? And he said, because Guam, they consider Guam a zero price differential market. They don't collude. They do what they call a tacit. You see how they locate their gas stations across from each other?
Yeah.
The minute one moves, the other one moves. But it's like, why should they undercut each other and then they all lose money on gas?
So we just keep the prices the same between all of the gas companies, and so their competition then is on cigarettes and Slim Jims and smoothies.
Yeah, they turn from fixing tires and changing oil into those convenience store items.
No, that's been going on for at least 3 decades that I'm aware of. You and I are the same age. You remember, you went to the gas station and bought gas, and the only other thing you could buy at a gas station besides gas was oil and windshield wipers. That was it. And then they turned them into convenience stores, and heck, now we got 76 Circle K. You can buy rotisserie chicken there.
Yeah, they made it a destination. People don't go there because they're desperate because they're almost out of gas. They go there so they can go buy their rotisserie chicken.
Okay, but so you want me to check with my boy and see if we can make it so that they have to compete on the price of a gallon of gasoline. There has to be a difference in the price.
Well, take a look at their cost, Nate, because I can't believe their operations are the same. But remember, he tried to bring that up with the, I think, Federal Trade Commission, and they said they're not going to entertain his, because he did a lot of research and he submitted a request way back when he was a senator.
Yeah, I'll ask him for an update on that the next time. See, because I can get a hold of him. Apparently, the people at the legislature and the governor's office have no idea how to get a hold of Mike Nicholas. Did you see that? Did you see that in the news? There's somebody in the governor's office complaining because they weren't able to get a hold of Mike Nicholas. I reached out to Mike Nicholas on Facebook, on Messenger yesterday, and got him like that. And everybody follows Mike. So for heaven's sakes, I'm getting tired of that excuse.
Reminds me of that cartoon, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Mon.
I know you need to do the next deal, but I just wanted to,
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. Mike, the next time we talk with the other Mike, the Congressman Mike, we'll put that on the list. Okay, Migo?
Okay, thank you.
Estee, you have a great day. 888-255-888-TALK. All right, now this here, you want to talk about talk that matters. If you pass by on Route 8, you can see very, very clearly, and I think they're just days away from pulling down the construction barricades in the front of the Payless on Route 8. You can see that thing is close to grand opening time. I don't know that I will be here for it. We'll see what happens. But Payless is going to be opening. So it's not so much for, I think, a lot of listeners, viewers, it's not so much about the new Payless. We're hearing many things that are, going through the grapevine about that. The question is, what's going to go in the old Payless down at the Agana Shopping Center? There's a huge space, and the last pictures I saw of that made it very, very clear that these guys are taking it down to foundation. They're pulling up tiles, and anything that sticks out of the ground or gets painted or gets attached to the wall is coming down. They're going to bring it down to foundation, and it's eventually going to get replaced with something else. Somebody online says, some say Ross to move into the former Payless Agana. What say you, Ray? I prefer Signature Market. I don't know.
It's not big enough for Ross.
And it's big space.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
but you take out the chillers and you take out the space in the back, where they're cutting meat and warehousing and storage stuff. It might actually be big enough for a massive retail location. I don't, and maybe a Ross Light or something like that, or just a Ross for when we configure merchandise from around here. But I don't know. I mean, how would some of the merchants feel there about having a Ross in the place? There's a thing called the Ross effect. At any rate, it's 9 a.m. Stand by now. It's Fox News Live.
Proposing a new rule that would license federal facilities that would house families crossing the border illegally.
Acting DHS Secretary Kevin McAleenan.
The new rule establishes a high national standard for care of children and families in custody.
Under what is known as the Flores rule, children can currently only be detained for 20 days. After that, they must either be separated from other family members or the whole family released into the United States. This new rule would allow families to stay together in custody while their cases are adjudicated. While the president's critics say separating families is unconscionable, they also complain that detaining children for long periods of time is harmful.
Fox's John Roberts at the White House. 7 environmental and animal protection groups joining forces to file the first lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's rollback of the Endangered Species Act. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office out with its projection for the federal deficit for next year.
Deficits will exceed $1 trillion next year and average more than $1 trillion annually through the decade. The Congressional Budget Office updated its deficit forecast after legislation suspending the nation's debt limit and ending scheduled budget cuts for defense and non-defense agencies. The same projection also points to trade barriers, reducing U.S. output next year because of tariffs put in place by the Trump administration. That would mean a reduction in average real household income by $580.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. The number of breathing illnesses reported among people who vape now at 150 in 16 states. The FDA joining the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and states investigating reports from the last 2 months. All the illnesses reported in teens or adults who use an e-cigarette or another type of vaping device. America's listening to Fox News.
Coast 360 introduces our new youth banking program. Give your kids and teens a head start with Kids 360 and Teen 360, a program designed to help your child develop smart financial habits and learn about money. Introduce them to banking and get them on a path towards a thriving financial future. Plus, new youth members get a special lunch tote just in time for back to school, while supplies last. Learn more at coast360fcu.com or visit your favorite member center. Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. Terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Day 5 in the search for 2 firefighters who disappeared while on a fishing trip in Florida.
The Coast Guard, Navy, Customs and Border Protection, boats, ships, and planes, as well as dozens of volunteers on their boats, once again today scouring the water in grid patterns. That search zone now covers Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Firefighters Justin Walker and Brian McClooney departed Friday morning from Cape Canaveral for a day out fishing on their 24-foot boat. The only clue found so far, McClooney's tackle bag floating 50 miles offshore. The Coast Guard says it will continue searching into tonight and assess the likelihood of finding the men at that point. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
The FBI and U.S. attorneys in Washington and Nashville say they've arrested a man for making online threats to commit a shooting at a Planned Parenthood facility in Washington. 20-year-old Jacob Cooper charged with unlawfully transmitting a threat to injure. Prosecutors say the postings also included threats about killing federal agents with a bomb, a rifle, or the poison ricin. An old football league gets a reboot.
8 new professional sports teams were named today, with just under 6 months until the XFL kicks off its season. A relaunch for a league that lasted only 1 season in 2001. Today, the XFL revealed nicknames and logos for its 8 teams. The New York Guardians, Los Angeles Wildcats, Dallas Renegades, Houston Roughnecks, the St. Louis Battlehawks, Seattle Dragons, Tampa Bay Vipers, D.C. Defenders. The XFL season kicks off on Fox February 8th, 6 days after Super Bowl 54. Jared Max, Fox News.
The contestants for the new season of Dancing with the Stars are out. They include Christy Brinkley, Hannah Brown of The Bachelorette, and former White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer. The new season kicks off September 16th. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
This is Ronnie. Ronnie is about to break his piggy bank.
Come on, piggy bank.
Ronnie wants to upgrade his smartphone.
And this piggy's gonna help me.
If Ronnie had signed up for GTA's handset payment option, he could have selected a new smartphone with an affordable monthly plan.
I could have what?
Exactly. Sign up for HBO at GTA and don't break the bank.
I'm sorry, piggy bank.
Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
I'm talking now? Is me? Sorry, I was looking for more fake news on the social medias here. 5 after 9. 888-8255-888-TALK. I'd like to watch you eat one day. I'm really pondering this. It is one of those things. I mean, some people that I love to watch eat, and there's a great chance to do it next Tuesday at Ruby Tuesdays. They've got a 2-for-1 deal. So think about the person that you love to watch eat. I mean, just somebody that there's nuances, there's ways that they hold their fork, or different ways that they prep up the food. Watch how they go through the salad bar at Ruby Tuesdays. Watch how they make it through the entree. Maybe they're going to have the ribs. Oh, what? You know what? Great first date idea. I'm sorry. Can I just riff on this here for a second? We're not going anywhere, right? Advertising's not going anywhere. Listeners aren't going. So, great first date with somebody is you guys go to Ruby Tuesdays, and both of you get the ribs. Both of you get the ribs. Because in my mind, it's always interesting to see how girls will eat ribs on a first date. Fork and knife, maybe. Going to pick it up with it. Now, do you want a girl? The thing about this, guys, those of you that are single bachelors and looking to hook up, you go on a date with a girl. How do you want her to eat the ribs? You want her to, finesse it, knife and fork here, hold it with a little napkin, and then take little girl bites out of it. Or you want somebody that's just like you, just rip it off the rest of the rack here and put one end in the mouth and pull out the bone. Yeah. So, first date, next Tuesday, Ruby Tuesdays, both of you get the ribs, and then figure out what it is that you're going to have for dessert. You can have a cheesecake, or you can have the Frostbite chocolate cake. Only thing is, you have to share it. Portions of the program also brought to you by American President Lines, APL, global presence with a local address, Cars Plus, where they've take your date on a test drive at Cars Plus and find out, number one, what kind of Jeep girl she is. Do you want a Grand Cherokee girl, or do you want a Wrangler girl? You want a girl that's going to go out there and play with you in the boondocks. Yeah, we're going to go 4x4, baby. We're going to go mudding, and she's going to say, when, babe? take her for the test drive up at Cars Plus in Mighty. You might be able to get that Wrangler for 1.99%. Maybe you want that Grand Cherokee girl that eats the ribs with the fork and a knife. I can have fun with this all day long. Swing by and take her by, I guess, the ultimate test. See if she likes bacon. Yeah, that's got to be the thing, right? Any girl for you got to be the girl that digs bacon. And you can now enjoy the Bacon Fest at Wendy's. These people put more bacon on more burgers and chicken things than anybody else on the planet, and they've got Bacon Fest going on. So you can get the jalapeno bacon burger, or you can also get the what are you laughing at? The bacon double stack cheeseburger that they've got there, and I don't know why you got to make a choice here. Bacon jalapeno fries. Doesn't that sound tasty? Bacon jalapeno fries. We're talking about life-changing meals with bacon at Wendy's.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you. Think there might be some craziness going on, and that's all right. I think that means we're related. 9:09. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. The Point. A ton of stuff that I still haven't gotten to. You know, I've just been riffing on stuff, kind of laying on top, if you will. It is the sludge of the news. You know, you boil everything up, and then all of a sudden this sludge comes to the surface. It's the low-hanging fruit. It's the easy stuff to get, and there's nothing easier these days than being critical of the legislature. Don't worry. At some point, we'll go back and find other departments and agencies that we can riff on and be critical of. It's been a couple of days since we've talked about the hospital. It's been a couple of days since the Reverend Tax has been in our targets. I think it's interesting. Front page of the PDN. I love this. Is tuition increase possible? Tuition increase possible. I'll bet you if you go back in the archives of the newspaper business, you will probably see tuition increase possible somewhere out in front of just about every budget session that the legislature has had, because it is typical. They're going to be one in a couple of days about the guys over at the judiciary that are going to say that they're going to be having to go through some more increases or more kind of downsizing of services and things like that. You know, because they're not going to be happy with the budget. It's all part of the game. It's what we do every single time. The governor comes out with their budget, and then the legislature comes out with their version of the budget, and then there's all of the people in the other departments, line agencies, quasi-independent agencies that will come out and say, "Oh no, we can't do that. If you do that, then we're going to have to raise our students' tuitions by 15%, and then the world will lose its mind." Again. So there's something that'll be different tomorrow. It'll be different tomorrow. So, again, low-hanging fruit here on the conversations about news. There's a few other things, though, that I think are of vital importance. And this one here from the Mainichi, which is a Japanese newspaper. Little-known fact, if I drink enough Asahi Super Dry, I can read Japanese. And that's how I got this translation. Transfer from Okinawa to Guam progressing well, says the head of the United States Marine. The new commander of the U.S. Marine Corps said Wednesday the transfer plan of its personnel from Japan's Okinawa to the U.S. Pacific Territory of Guam is, quote, progressing very well. U.S. Marine Corps Commandant General David Berger, speaking at a media roundtable in Tokyo, refrained from expressing a clear view on whether the move will be affected by a plan to relocate an air base in a crowded residential area in Ginowan to a less densely populated coastal area in Nago within the Okinawa Prefecture. This is something that they've been fighting about since ever. And in 2006, that was part of the announcement, and it was going to be, we're going to move the guys from here to there, and at the same time, start sending guys out to Guam. And we're going to move portions of the 3rd MEF out to Guam. And then there were slowdowns in a couple of different places, and then the decision on what exactly was going to be happening with that relocation. So they disconnected them, the FATENMA, disconnected the FATENMA conversation from the buildup here on Guam. And that was supposed to speed things up. That was like in 2009, right? I don't know. It's a relative speed in the Pentagon and the federal government relative terms. Berger, who assumed the top post in July, said the transfer of Marines and the relocation of the FATENMA Air Base within the southern island prefecture, quote, are different but related issues in that they both surrounded Okinawa. He did not deny media reports that the planned Marines transfer, based on a 2006 Japan-U.S. agreement on the realignment of U.S. forces, may start as early as October of 2024. But he went on to say there are too many variables to tell the exact timeline. And my guess is the exact timeline here that they're referring to probably has everything to do with bulldozers and the Nelsoni tree up at the firing range construction complex. So what we got to get a handle on that, and then we can start talking about bringing Marines. But to the degree that they are trying to pinpoint something, October of 2024. How does that fit in with your personal timelines? Does that still feel like it's? I mean, for some people, 2024 feels like it's decades away, a lifetime away. Other people in other industries and other places in their life might think 2024. Yikes! Yikes! That's well. Let me put it in my own personal timeline. Let me think about this. October of 2024 will be just a few months after my daughter's graduation from high school. All right, that compresses it a little bit more. Got to think about paying for college tuition. And all of a sudden, 2024, there's not enough time. There's no way I can come up with enough dough to fund college in 4 years. So 2024 is kind of the new moving target on the relocation of the beginning of the realignment of U.S. forces and the relocation of Marines to Guam, October of 2024. Ponder that, why don't you? Quarter after 9 o'clock in the morning is also riffing on being able to get a hold of Mike St. Nicholas. You know, it's not that I am somebody around here. It's not that I've got our elected representatives within arm's reach. Right? The tickle, come here, need to talk to you. It's not that I feel that way. I think anybody that follows Mike St. Nicholas, and he ought to have as many people following him on Facebook as I do, and it seems to me that he responds to just about all of them. So it annoys me when I hear people use the excuse, well, we reached out to the congressman and didn't get anything back. Rick Tenorio online says, yeah, of course you got Mike St. Nicholas. You wanted to get in touch with Mike St. Nicholas. Those guys don't. They want to be able to say, no. Yeah, I sent a message with a pigeon. I tied a note to a pigeon's leg, and I said, go find Mike St. Nicholas. And doggone it, I haven't gotten any response, but we've got to get to work on this bill.
Actually, it may have been an issue with his answering machine. I talked to him about it before we had our call yesterday. Yeah. He wasn't aware that we had been leaving messages and stuff. He said he would check into that. So it may have actually just been a technical glitch with the machinery he's dealing with there in Washington.
Uncle Robert Underwood, what does it mean to say just saying? Are you saying something and then revealing that you aren't going to do anything about it? Just asking. Just saying is one of those things where it's like when you start off a sentence by saying no offense, but you say it anyway. Yeah. That's kind of the
also just saying is something that should be reserved for people who have little to say, not for people who just keep saying stuff all the time. Because then it's not just saying anymore.
Yeah, but I run the risk of that. I mean, I got 4 hours worth of talk radio to fill.
Yeah, but you don't put that on your sayings.
Did I say a just saying?
No.
I didn't say a just saying, did I? Uncle Robert, did I do a just saying?
No.
Did Mike do a just saying?
No, I never do either. Well, actually, I do sometimes, but only if I'm talking about something once and never plan to talk about it again.
Yeah. It's like, to be honest, when people say that, what do you mean, to be honest? Were you not honest before? What is this? Are you about to impart some kind of hard truth to me?
Yeah.
I can take it.
To be frank, which I feel...
To be fair.
I feel strange being a Frank because I'm a Michael, but that's beside the point.
Now, I just said on the radio, to be fair, in a certain way. Did you catch that?
I did.
You did. All right. So that's the way they say it on a program called Letterkenny. And the worst, it has now become the worst thing in my life to use a phrase from Letterkenny, like, to be fair, to be fair, to be fair. To use a phrase from Letterkenny and have the person not be able to come back to me with an appropriate response from the television show. Yeah. Can confirm. There's another. That's another line from Letterkenny. Can confirm. TikTok. Right? You got all of these phrases, and it's like a secret handshake because not everybody is watching Letterkenny these days. Just saying. 9:18. And don't make me do the yes, huh? Don't make me do that. Where was I? 9:18. You know, this is the small talk portion of the program. I've made that clear in past, right?
It weren't. I think it is.
It is now. I've made that clear. Usually, and some people say this might be the best part of the show for him. Oh, good, he's in the small talk portion of the program. Anyway, we've covered a lot of news and news information-y stuff earlier in the program, and I think the most important piece of news and information I passed along to you is that Orange Drink is not coming back. Unfortunately, they're the guys that originally came up with the formulation for Orange Drink from Foremost no longer in the game. They don't have the recipe anymore. Probably don't have the radioactive chemicals required now to make Orange Drink the way they did in past. Wouldn't that be funny if we can still make it, but we can't because we actually use PFASs in them, right? Yeah, we'd love to be able to do something like that, but you know, there's a certain amount of DDT that we were able to use in the 1960s that we can't use anymore. Government regulations made it so that we can't use those ingredients in the much beloved Foremost Orange Drink, and that's why we can't find a current analog. They might be able to do it. All right, so
denied.
I'm really trying to get back into something newsy. I swear to God, I'm looking over the table of contents, and there are news items in here. And earlier we were talking about the price of a gallon of gasoline and what that meant. I'm wondering, because it's a Leavin' Camacho riff that I'm about to launch into, just saying. Now that Uncle Robert's listening and he wants to know about the just saying thing. I can hear you laugh. I can see you laughing at me. Leavin' Camacho, and you remember there was this great run towards the PFAS conversation, right? It is, everybody in the world is losing their mind. There's PFAS, and apparently it's a chemical signature that never goes away, can never, ever be diluted, will give you cancer. You will die just by looking at the words PFAS on the printed page.
And we've been poisoned.
And so now they're going after all of these guys, and we have signed up now. We've subscribed to it. This is the way I'm looking at it. We are now subscribed into a multi-state class action against the companies that have come out with this, and we'll go after some kind of unspecified, as of yet unspecified damages. Now, some of the settlements that these guys have paid to different municipalities as a result of having those PFASs in the community or finding their way into those waters, it's been pretty significant. I mean, in hundreds of millions of dollars. So yeah, I mean, there might be a financial upside. You remember the speed with which they used over at the legislature and the governor's office to give Leavin the authority to subscribe and to pick up some legal services. I think they're going to be doing the same thing. Now, he's going after Purdue, and what were those guys?
Purdue Pharma. No, that's over the opioid issue.
The opioids. Yeah. The opioids. So there's another one of these cases, and I don't know. I mean, does he need to go back to the legislature to say that we are also going to be going after these guys and as part of some kind of class action?
Sounds like it was already announced.
I got that feeling. And then the other one, and this is a throwback, and I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. Previous attorneys general here and in the United States mainland have gone after the gas companies, and they'd gone after the gas companies, not necessarily on price fixing, although there have been, accusations and allegations along those lines over the years. But he wanted to go after the gas companies because not of a price differential, but of a temperature differential, right? So you think about the physics, and gas is liquid, duh, and like most substances will expand or contract in volume. based on the temperature.
Keep in mind, gas is also a light liquid, so it does so more so than, say, water does.
So at a certain temperature, gasoline has this mass, this volume. As the temperature goes up, the volume increases. As it goes down, the volume decreases. So the price of a gallon of gasoline, you could presume, would fluctuate based on the temperature of the gas. And there have been attorneys and attorneys generals that have tried to force the gas industry to note that fact and to acknowledge that fact at the pump. So dependent on the temperature of the gasoline, it would change the price of the gasoline, because if it was hot, there'd be more of it going through. But you'd still be getting the same number of calories, the same amount of energy from the gas. So they could charge, I don't know, it's this weird convoluted kind of thing. And like I said, there were a bunch of people that went after it, including, I want to say that former Speaker Defunto Ben Pangilinan was one of these guys that was looking really, really sternly at the gas companies. So it would not necessarily surprise me if as we're looking around for ways to bring in more money into the government of Guam, to see if there are other, what my Uncle Robert would refer to as a moving target. He would refer to this as a moving target. There's already been work done by other attorneys generals, other legal firms maybe, and you just want to kind of jump in there and say, me too, me too. If we're going for a class action, I want to be in on it because, yeah, we have gasoline on Guam. So it probably happened to us. Or we got PFASs on Guam, so it probably happened to us. Right? So what's the next thing? What's the next thing going to be on this subscription route? And the answer is, I don't know. Monsanto, you want to do Monsanto? Are we going to go after people for Frankenfoods? Things like that?
Wow.
I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. But I'm just saying that you get some of these things that are out there. Word on the street is that the Gov Guam is going to sue Spain for starting all of this colonization stuff and anything to generate money. Joe Cruz says chemistry on the Ray Gibson Show. It could be worse. I could be doing math. Any heirs of Magellan that we might be able to sue. You know, there's a guy on the program, Rudy Magallanes. Is a frequent visitor on Facebook Live and on this program. Maybe he's one of those guys we can go after.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Magallanes, is he a direct descendant of Magellan, who started all of this?
Yeah.
You know, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother died from smallpox that Magellan brought to Guam. I ought to get some kind of reparation for that, don't you think?
Indeed. No, without question.
For all of my suffering. Anyway, 9:25 in the morning. There's that. There's a couple of other things that I think are going to be interesting. Obviously taking place over at the legislature. I guess 2 o'clock this afternoon. Somebody. I will get a note on YouTube that tells me that the legislature is live. Actually, it's supposed to be at 2, but it probably won't be until 2:30, 2:45. It'll tell me that the legislature is live, and then that's going to be my cue to either watch them live at the beginning of this of the deliberations of the 2020 FY 2020 budget, or an opportunity for me to ignore it. Yesterday, I got a note from a friend. He says, "Oh my God, you got to watch the legislature. They've got Mike St. Nicholas on. They found Mike, and Mike's having this conversation with the legislature. They're going back and forth. He says, you got to be talking about it. Tomorrow's going to be a great talk radio day." And to the degree that they wasted 2 days talking about something and now are going to suspend it just when it gets juicy, makes them look like amateurs. Start something, finish something. And in this case, they voted to suspend it and table it because they've got the pressing issue with the budget on them. There are a couple of other things, though, that got people gnashing their teeth. This one here, I don't know how to respond to it. You know, we got a guy that is on trial. Allegations are that he has had a pretty a long history of non-consensual sex with now 19-year-old. And Judge Vern Perez, taking a page out of Judge Anita Sokola's book, says, you know what? I guess I'm okay giving you a third-party release. I guess I'm all right with you rolling out there. But, and this is the part, it amazes me that how many times we're just not learning our lesson. He says, but you better stay inside. I don't want you hanging out on the porch. I don't want anybody seeing you out there. Because as we've learned, as we've come to know and learn and just trust in the ability of a judge to be able to wag their finger at somebody, put them on third-party release or pretrial release, and tell them not to sin anymore, that they listen to the judge. Well, yes, sir, Your Honor, I promise I won't do anything bad until my case has been adjudicated, until I've got it all figured it out. Yes, the magical ability. Do we want to make the prediction that it won't be too much longer before this guy is busted doing something else? I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying that is what we have learned. Every time it seems like the guys over at the courthouse let somebody out on a pretrial release or supervised release or some kind of probation and say, don't smoke meth. What's the first thing these guys do? They go out and find meth and smoke it. And then try to fake their drug test by bringing in somebody else's pee. Did you hear that? That was another story the other day. We talked about that yesterday. This lady, Untalan, I think was her name, and she got busted for trying to sell dope. And so they said, okay, well, we're gonna, you're gonna be out there, and we'll let you out. I don't know, pretrial release or something, but you have to take your test. And she flunked every single one of them. And on one of them, she tried to bring, fake pee. So here's the question that I have. Did we go after the person that she got the fake pee from? Well, I guess it was real pee, but it just wasn't hers. She was trying to fake out the system. We got another guy who blew just about every one of his tests and tried to bribe the test taker with $100. Yeah, I'm going to jeopardize my position in this company as somebody that helps you and analyze your tests. I'm going to risk my $65,000 a year job for your lousy $100 bribe. Get out my face. Let me just call your officer here. And the officers seem to be going back and saying, and suggesting that these guys, have their suspensions, have their releases revoked. It doesn't seem to be going in that direction. So I don't know. We've got that case there, and in this case, I'm worried about that 19-year-old girl who rushed out of the courtroom because it's hard enough to be the victim. You are the victim now. At some point, she's going to have to testify in open court, and at another point in her head, I'm sure she's afraid because how strong is the command of a judge to stay away from her? How strong is the command of a judge to follow the rules? As we've seen, it ain't that strong. You get all these guys. A magistrate reports at least once a month. I get a magistrate report, maybe once every 2 months, of a woman who calling the police department saying so and so is back. The guy that's stalking me, ex-boyfriend, ex-husband, he wants to beat me up, he wants to kill me. And they'll say, well, then we'll come and get him. And he's not even supposed to be here. There's a restraining order against this guy. And what is a restraining order at the end of the day? A piece of paper. You know the luckiest guy on Guam is? I tell you who the luckiest guy on Guam is, besides me, Carl Peterson. Carl Peterson is the luckiest guy on Guam. He had a fella tried to invade his home. Sanctity of his home with his wife Clara, both of them there, and I love them both, but neither one of them are young people, and would probably, and God bless Carl, he had the sense of presence of mind to defend himself and speak with authority, and be able to close the door on this fella, but anybody else like that home invasion that we had down in Ordot, anybody else would just stand around watching the guy rob your house, and pray that was it. But Carl's the luckiest guy on Guam because not only did he avoid an actual home invasion, robbery, or worse, the cops tailed this guy up to Anderson Air Force Base, and then he got all knifey and stabby with the security guy at the base, and they shot him, and he's dead. Carl Peterson doesn't have to worry about that guy coming back. In fact, think about it. None of us have to worry about this guy coming back. And then not the best of all possible worlds. Somebody did the justice that our own system. I wonder what would have happened to this guy if he'd have found his way over in our courts with the prosecution that we've been laying on everybody else. I wonder what would have happened to this guy. Maybe a little bit more, because Carl Peterson is somebody. He's a known commodity in this town. And maybe just on name alone exert some kind of force field on the prosecution of justice with this guy.
Yeah,
but
shouldn't be that way. Though,
What?
you
Yeah,
know?
but I know. But what? I'm thinking about all the other guys, the other home invasion artists that we've got around here. I wonder how many of those guys are on pre-trial release. I wonder how many of those guys are sitting under a tree smoking ice right now. 9:32 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show. I should probably take some kind of a break and take a look at what the commentary is on the Facebook. I wish I could read and talk at the same time. That would be the best of all worlds for me, is if I could read the commentary as it's coming in on Facebook Live in real time and see if it's something that I might be able to apply to my riff, as mixing your words with my words at the same time. That would be awesome. Somebody sent me a WhatsApp. 9:32 in the morning. I'm going to check that out too. So reading from the reading from the Facebook Live, looking at the WhatsApp, and talking at the same time. That would be for me the ultimate in morning show stuff. 9:33 now is iConnect time. Go to iConnect and ask them how much they're going to save you on your mobile and internet plans.
Valley Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Valley Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
For years, I've said that the ability to master soft skills will determine how far a person will go in their career. Yet, most senior managers look at me sideways when I do, because it's harder for them to measure soft skills. I'm Jerry Roberts, and at 7:20 a.m. on The Ray Gibson Show, I get support from a huge player, and maybe it'll help you too.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Okay, so hold on. I gotta press. Facebook Live. Let me see what got in the WhatsApp. Is this something that I can put on the screen? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. This is what justice is going to start looking like on Guam, guys. Right there. That's it. And who hasn't? Who hasn't? Ken Leon Guerrero. If you follow him on Facebook, and he'll tell you there was a time in his life he was a gun control guy. He was never mind the Second Amendment. Guns are dangerous. Guns are bad. And the only people should have guns are soldiers and cops. And the marshals over in the police department or over at the courthouse. That's the only guys. But given the kind of runaway crime that we seem to have these days, and you get these Yahoo Mountain Dew banging on the doors at Carl Peterson's house, he's of the opinion, and I don't disagree, that you're on your own. Even cops will tell you, maybe not directly, but they'll say the words, when seconds count, we can be there in minutes. So you need to be able to take care of your own self. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around here. I normally get my news that I riff on from the front pages of the newspaper. Political gossip, headlines, etc., come from the front. But today, there's a piece of news that I want to riff on that is not in the very front. And it's not even on the page of stuff that happens in Saipan. It's on page... Hold on, I'm almost there. I think it's 14 of today's Guam Daily Post. Everybody grab your Daily Post. Go to page 14 and read this story here. And I'm going to read the headline and read little bits and pieces of this story. And I hope they are listening at the legislature and at the governor's office and the Department of Revenue Tax and the Department of Administration. Sometimes this turns into reality. Page 14 and a story out of Reuters, Dateline, Washington, D.C. Trump looking at possible tax cuts amid economic jitters. Trump looking at possible tax cuts amid economic jitters. That's a warning. That's the flag going up, guys. That is the balloon that's going up over all of us. I need you to pay attention to this. And we need to make sure that the people that are in charge of money in the government of Guam are aware of this. Because you remember last year when the first round of Trump tax cuts hit us? There was nobody that seemed to have any kind of mental awareness that it was coming and no real plan on how to deal with it. They eventually dealt with it by socking it to the taxpayers with an increase in the business privilege tax, with an increase in the real property tax on businesses, buildings, property that has been improved over $1 million. That's how they dealt with it. So I'm saying to you right now, you need to start thinking about a plan in the future if Trump does go after another tax cut. And this time, people are going to love this because what they want to do is hit payroll taxes. They want to make it, imagine this, they want to make it so that you get to keep more of the money, the finite amount of money in your lifetime that you will earn. How much of that is going to taxes? Think about that. And there's not much that you can do about it. So Trump wants to make it so that we get to keep more of that money that we earn on our jobs or whatever. Naturally, the first of the Democrats chime in, former Vice President, Democrat President, hopeful Joe Biden, said that the route that the president has us going down is a big mistake. We should be focusing on how you re-empower the middle class. We should be rewarding work, not wealth. Well, if you let people keep more of their the money that they earn from working, that's the reward. That's the reward. Well, in this case, Biden was also talking about capital gains taxes and things like that. But the point is going to be made that these people are not. I don't know that that they are thinking properly when it comes to this. Like I said, looking at possible tax cuts amid economic jitters. If you have anything to do with the fiscal direction of the government of Guam, or in fact your own businesses, you need to start following that, because sometimes it will happen that Trump will say something, and he's already got the plan laid out. It's just a question of pushing a couple of buttons. We're going to find out. We're going to find out who among the working class supporters in the Democratic Party don't want people who work being able to keep their own money, so he can paint them as hypocrites. This will be fun to watch, and then it'll be fun to watch as the Senate actually makes it happen. So just saying, we need to have a plan because Trump's already talking about it. 20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning. Huff the Moss.
Hello, sir.
Migo.
We need to put a boot up the rear end of our so-called leaders.
They're not leaders. They're representatives. Never call them leaders.
Yeah. Well, I said so-called. They call themselves leaders, but like you said, representatives.
Yep.
We need to get them to stop all of this bickering about the tree up there at the firing range, and let's help the military to expedite the movement of the Marines over to Guam, because we need that extra Section 30 money to improve our revenue here, okay? And also to start getting our government to collect more of the taxes that's owed to the government, like the municipal golf course hasn't paid their lease for the last 20 years.
$13 million.
The company hasn't paid their lease to the Tomorrowland Trust Commission. What is going on in our government? I don't know. Anyway, and also they need to start collecting all of these real estate taxes that is owed to the government. Every year they publicize that delinquent tax assessment, right?
Yes.
And there are millions of dollars in there that's still owed to the government. What are we doing about that? Why are we not collecting those?
Well, to be fair, Daphne, working with the Attorney General's office, have got a case against Danny Leon Guerrero, and I've got my fingers crossed, Moss. That is the one. I was joking, and I should have passed by to check, but I was joking with Daphne that we got to get more parking. We got to open earlier and stay open later for all of the people that heard that Danny LG has been pinched by the Attorney General's office and the Department of Revenue and Taxation on these lapsed taxes and the fines and the fees. I said, you better open up early, because now everybody that owes you money is going to beat a path to the Department of Revenue and Taxation, because now they know you're serious.
It's not fair for all of us that are dedicated and pay all of our real estate taxes consistently on time every year. It's not fair for us.
I agree.
And people not doing it, they're getting away with it.
I agree.
Anyway, I got a good suggestion for that former Payless down here in Naganya. That's a good space for us to help our kids to have more recreational facilities so they will stay out of the streets and stay out of trouble. We could use that. You only have the capital. I'll open it up myself, but that's a good business to have a roller skating rink for the kids.
Roller skating ring will bring back skate land.
Yes, exactly. And on one side of it, there'll be enough room for the adults to have their own games. You know that kind of game where they have something that they push with a stick? What do they call that?
Shuffleboard.
Sport.
It's shuffleboard.
Yeah.
No, maybe not.
A floor-mounted shuffleboard, right? Or even the table-type shuffleboard. That'd be a good recreational place for everybody to be involved. And we could be charging fees, where the business owner will make a lot of business. Then we can tax that business owner. Right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know, because I could use another Ross, bro. I could use it. Somebody on Facebook Live was talking about, well, let's make it Walmart. Let's bring a Walmart. Now, in that case, I don't think there's enough room to support a Walmart. But it would be interesting if there was some kind of a big. I just, I worry, and it's not that I've got anything against certain kinds of businesses. Certainly we need big box department stores and places like Ross and Kmart and Walmart. Because the prices of everything going up. Everybody's price sensitive. People do a lot of shopping in those places so that they can stretch their dollars. But I just worry about some of the other businesses that if you're going to buy jeans, I'm buying my jeans over at Ross because they're $20 less than I'm going to get in another store. I wanted to go and buy sheets for my bed. And so I went to one of these fancy department stores, and for the queen size sheet that I wanted to buy, and there's $125. And then I went to Ross, and the same sheets virtually, different thread count, like it makes that much of a difference to me. And the sheets there were like $25. I bought 2 of them.
Yeah, but you know what? I feel sorry for our kids here on Island, though, because there's not enough recreational places here. We don't have Disneyland here. There's not enough recreation places for our kids.
Tom, come on.
Ring there,
Tommy, you and I, we grew up and we did okay. I mean, fly a kite. You don't need Payless, the abandoned Payless to fly a kite. You don't need, I see a lot of kids. Go buy a Frisbee and go play in the beach. Go and get, what some of the kids are doing? I see they got these little flat boards, and they throw them at the sandy part on the beach, and then they kind of ride it for about 10 or 15 feet. That looks like fun. I want to, the more we can do by way of getting our kids outdoors, I think is another thing. Yeah, we had Skateland, but Skateland went away for a reason. And as much as we're nostalgic about it, we'll be nostalgic about Leo Payumo being the DJ over at Skateland back in the day, and remember when roller skates were 4 blades, not 2. I thought I was going to kill myself the first time I did a rollerblade, but like I said, that went away for a reason. It's like the dinosaurs. The kids are onto something else, so we'll just find out what that is.
With all of this obesity going on, though, young people, I think a roller skating ring would be a good exercise, wouldn't it be?
My preference, though, fine. Roller skating rink might be fun, but we still got to get them to do it. But the other thing is we've got to stop buying our kids drinks that are all sugar. And I don't want to name names, But I see these kids walking around. They got the liter of this stuff, and it's tea-flavored sugar is what it is. And they drink that stuff by the gallon, and we're sitting around going, how come the kids are so fat? Well, you're basically giving them a bag of sugar every time you buy them one of those drinks. So take a look at how much sugar is going into the drink. I'm not saying that make them drink only water all the time. I don't want to live like that, but just make sure that somebody is paying attention to what's going in their mouth. Dude, I got to run.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate your opinions. I really, really do. And it's fun to talk about. Wow, Skateland. I only ever had the chance to go to Skateland a couple of times in my life. Somebody will tell me it's a grocery store now up in Dedado. Wow. Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, this is going to boom your head if you're like from those days. Skateland, and then afterwards, go next door to Magoo's Pizza. Do you remember that? Huh? Did your brain just go, oy? Are you now completely immersed in the warm bath of nostalgia?
I just transformed mentally into my 13-year-old self and just went wild when you said that.
Yeah. So Joe Cruz going, wow. And we were fat as kids too, Ray. And Nick says we didn't have our faces in electronic gizmos all the time back then. Yeah, I think the most sophisticated electronic gizmo that I had when I was about 12 or 13 was a pulsar watch. You remember that? The original LED watch. Not LCD, liquid crystal. It was an LED watch. And if you wanted to know what time it was, you had to press a button. Yep. And if you pressed it too many times, you wear down a dang battery. And then you had to go someplace and have them replace the dang battery. But yeah, I remember that. But Magoo's Pizza, that was something else. I think the other thing, the reason why we have to worry so much about our kids being fat is, number one, because we're giving them like a lot of fatty food and high sugary drinks and stuff like that, and nobody's making them work. Nobody's making them work. I think about all of the things that I was in charge of. When I was growing up, and there was a lawnmower with my name on it, and there was daily you take out the trash, and it didn't matter how we had trash before there were plastic trash bags. We used the paper bags from Payless to take our trash from inside the house to the actual trash can back in those days, and more often than not, it was always a trick. Getting the trash in a paper bag all the way out to the curb without the bottom falling out on it. And so there was a lot of exercise bending over and picking up trash that you dropped. So, yeah, I think there were a lot more work activities or opportunities for young people now, or just, we hire that out. I got a couple of Micronesian kids come by and they bush cut and do the mowing and stuff like that. And there's a plastic bag for trash, and there's all kinds of other things.
On a simpler level, Ray, we used to go out and play with our friends, and kids just don't do that anymore.
No, they play with them, but they're playing online. It's just we got to. What do you want to do? If you want to affect change, this is how you affect it. Here's your work-powered cell phone. It will only work if you're playing. It will only work if your body is generating some kind of energy. If you're just sitting around on the couch, not generating any electricity, no internet. You got to be outside, and you have to run around for at least this long. You got to be in the sunshine for at least this long. It's solar powered. Right, it only works off the energy of you and the sun, and make it so that those devices are powered by the kids' actual energy. Maybe something along those lines will work. But you know what we sound like? We sound like old people lamenting the fact that our childhood was different. I'd had that conversation with a couple of people yesterday. And me and a friend, Ken, I think you know him. Ken and I were talking about the Guam like we are now, the Guam that we grew up in. And lamenting for the kids these days. Some of these kids in their 20s, 25. I don't want to call them millennials. I just call them young people. And lamenting on their behalf that they will not know just how groovy a place Guam was to grow up in the 60s and the 70s. Like I said, just something as simple as we had a roller skating rink and a pizza place right next door to it. And I wish that I could go back in time and do it. But even if I went back in time, I don't know how often I'd be able to go to Skateland and Magoo's Pizza. My mom hated driving to Dedado. We were Mong Toto Mighty people or the closest thing we got to it. Otherwise, we were Aganya people or Tamuning people. And if there was a movie, God, we used to have the Dedado Theater. This is the way we did it back in the old days. A Ganya Theater. That's movies played there. We had the Cinema Theater. There were the Hoffaday Theaters, and up in Dedido there was the Dedido Theater. Now Dedido Theater in the late 70s, at night after about 9 o'clock, they played Caligula for the Skebe Japanese that would come in and watch it. But during the day, play movies, regular features at that old theater, and it's not like they bicycled, right? So there would be the big movies played at the bigger theaters, the Hoffadays and the cinemas. Lower ranked movies, second tier, third tier movies would play up in Dedido or Agania. So, the sequels to Planet of the Apes would be considered secondary, tertiary movies. So those got stuck up in Dedido. And I would have to literally beg my mother, please, Mom, take me to Dedido Theater so I can watch, the Return to the Planet of the Apes, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, the originals, right? And after enough whining, my mom would eventually do that. But, I mean, she'd complain about it all the way up there. Oh, my God, I can't believe we're driving all the way up to Dedido. Back in those days, it felt like a long ways. And now, you think about it now, how much further it is with all of the traffic stops that you got to do on the way up there. Wouldn't you go back in the old days where we didn't have as many intersections and traffic lights? My producer says, that's enough. Get out of the warm bath of nostalgia, for heaven's sakes. There's more to talk about, and I'll see about killing the next 7 or 8 minutes right here on The Point.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
Well, this is unfortunate. I'm getting hit up on a couple of places on Facebook, and for lack of a better way of saying it, I got a couple of tree hugger friends that are concerned about major wildfires going on in the Amazon, and they're saying the smoke from those fires is big enough to blot out the sun in Sao Paulo, so that's something that we need to start getting aware of. And I agree with them on this point for sure. That is a significant place for biodiversity on this planet. I believe that every disease for which we have no cure, a cure can be found in the plants of the Amazon, and it's going up in smoke right now.
Yeah, the fires are really just unbelievable, and it's not being talked about in the mainstream media.
And that's one of the things that they're saying. They're making the comparison. When Notre Dame was on fire, everybody on the planet came around, billionaires saying we've got to support this. The Amazon is on fire, and nobody's doing a whole lot of talking about it, and nobody with a major plan on how to deal with it. So it's one of those things. And some of those fires, you might be natural causes. Some of those fires might be being set by people that want to clear that land so that they can grow more beef, turn that into hamburgers. So they want me to eat less meat. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Let me just riff into a commercial. Tomorrow, Rudy's going to come in from Burger King, and we're all of us here at the radio station going to try, we will sample out the Impossible Whopper at Burger King.
I'm looking forward to it.
No, I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, I'm hearing about some of these things. Same company that makes the meat the meat-like substance that goes in these. People talk about it. Say when you cook it, you press down on it, and it looks like blood is coming out. It's that close to the real thing. So in my mind, the conspiracy theory is it's just cheap meat. Yeah, we're telling you it's vegan. And you're just so desperate You want to believe so bad that you'll look the other way. You will suspend your disbelief and say, my God, this is great. It tastes just like beef. And the answer is because it is. We're just telling you it's vegan.
I'm not going to speak out of turn. I'm getting a free burger tomorrow.
I know. At 9:56 in the morning, everybody on Facebook Live, also in the warm bath of nostalgia here, Nick Perlowski talking about riding bikes and playing basketball and baseball and street football, building forts in the boonies. I can't remember a more fulfilling activity than going into the boonies with your buddies and finding your own place. And when you're 9 and 10 years old, I mean, there's not much to do around there except tell dirty jokes. When you're 13, 14 years old, you're swiping booze and cigarettes from the cabinet, going in there with Uncle's Playboys and all of that. Yeah, that's I guess a kind of exercise. Pam said, I had a portable record player I took to elementary school. We'd set up at recess and dance. Jackson 5 was acceptable, but I broke the rules and played the Rolling Stones and Cream and Vanilla Fudge and Steppenwolf. Cousin Tommy talking about before lawnmowers, machetes and sickles, and the focinhos to really get in there and get to the bottom of the grass. Yeah, I remember that. Going to the beach, the sand and the surf, and the platform at USO, which isn't there anymore, and I sure do wish there were more of those kinds of things. The USO used to have this platform, I don't know, couldn't have been any more than about 25, 30 feet off the seashore on a bunch of oil drums, and that was part of the fun, is going swimming out to that, and laying out in the sun, swimming back over there. It's great days at the old USO. I would love for that to come. Wouldn't that be about one of the coolest things in the world? If somebody just give me a couple of $1 million and I'll go down to USO and I'm not going to improve it any more than it needed to be improved in like 1972. And just, and we'll find a way to hire those old cooks back. You can walk into the USO and it had the smell of a short order kitchen, making grilled cheese sandwiches and cheeseburgers for 100 years. And French fries, exactly the right size French fries, and exactly, the flavor I'm talking about. It's almost genetic. Wouldn't that be fun to have? Yeah, I learned to swim there. 888-8255-888-TALK. Sandra De Leon Guerrero saying, good night. All right, we'll catch you in the morning. Daryl Taggarty, beet juice, posing as blood, burgers posing as meat. Let's be completely dishonest with ourselves. We're either paying attention to your health or you are not. At the end of the day, it's still a Whopper, right? I gotta go. You got me thinking. My dad loved a Burger King Whopper. When we'd travel together, that was the first stop. He'd get out of the airplane and get out of the airport, get in the rent-a-car, and drive to the nearest Burger King and be like it was going to Mecca. I wonder what Pop would have to say about a Burger King Whopper made without meat. Wish he could find out. I'll have to take that trip for him tomorrow morning. 10 o'clock in the morning for Michael Knight, Kevin Kerrigan, Blake Watson, everybody. Thanks so much for listening. I had a terrific time. Got a musician coming in tomorrow, singer. I'm going to play some of her songs. You're going to like it, and your kids are going to like it. And it's a career I want to help launch. At any rate, what was I supposed to say? Oh, yeah, this is the point.
Hasn't changed his position. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump insisting he's not backing down on background checks for gun owners.
President Trump insists he still supports meaningful background checks. After it was reported he told NRA CEO Wayne LaPierre they were off the table. Speaking to reporters in the South Lawn, the president said,
people that are insane, people that are sick up here, I don't want them to be able to get a gun.
The Democrat-led House Judiciary Committee is coming back from recess early to take up gun proposals, including expanded background checks and red flag laws designed to temporarily take guns away from people deemed to be a threat to themselves or others.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland in Washington. A gunman on the loose after a deputy has been shot and wounded when someone opened fire outside a sheriff's station in Los Angeles County. A spokeswoman saying the deputy was shot while standing in the parking lot with other officers. The Department of Homeland Security looking to end a long-standing federal court agreement that limits the amount of time migrant children can be held in detention centers, which means they could be held for an indefinite amount of time.
No child should be a pawn in a scheme to manipulate our immigration system, which is why the new rule eliminates the incentive to exploit children as a free ticket, or as one gentleman in Guatemala told me, a passport for migration to the United States.
Acting Homeland Security Secretary Kevin McAleenan, the change could be delayed or blocked by legal challenges. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office projecting the federal deficit will hit $63 billion this year. A man detained by Las Vegas police after they say he punched an airline pilot at a gate in McCarran International Airport, where crew members determined he was too drunk to board a flight. The 49-year-old man was issued a summons for misdemeanor battery. The pilot refused medical attention. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, The Candidates with Brett Baer.
I'm not looking at Washington's economy in micro, but it's not any different really than any other state in the far west.
Yeah, no, it's harder to run on an issue than it is on your personal record, and we haven't heard a whole lot about the Governor Inslee's record. As Britt was saying, it's actually not particularly good when it comes to the issue of environmental regulations and getting what he's wanted passed through the legislature.
Subscribe now to The Candidates with Brett Baer wherever you get your podcasts or foxnewspodcasts.com.
Fox Nation is the place for exclusive content you can't get anywhere else. New opinion shows from Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson, and Tommy Lahren you can only get by signing up for Fox Nation. Plus, the real stories behind the headlines. Documentaries on Chappaquiddick, Jimmy Hoffa, and more that you'll only find on Fox Nation. More of the opinion done right you crave? It's on Fox Nation. Documentaries and specials you can't get anywhere else? They're on Fox Nation. So go to foxnation.com today and sign up now for Fox Nation. Opinion done right now.
23 people arrested in Las Vegas, charged with being part of a white nationalist gang. A 152-count indictment unsealed in Nevada State Court accuses 19 men and 4 women of being members of the Aryan Warriors and labels the group a criminal racketeering enterprise. 2 people accused of shooting 2 men to death in January, 1 accused of stabbing to death a homeless man in January. Other defendants face drug and identity theft charges. Many of the Democrats running for president taking the stage at the Federation of Labor presidential candidate reception. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders saying he wants to double the number of people in unions without fear of losing their job if they go on strike.
Under our program, every union worker in America will have the right to strike, including those working for the federal government.
Sanders recently unveiled his workplace democracy plan, which looks to restore workers' rights to bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. The new cast of Dancing with the Stars has been announced.
But host Tom Bergeron not exactly thrilled. Among those competing, Christy Brinkley, The Bachelorette, Hannah Brown country singer Lauren Alana, Dawson's Creek star James Vanderbeek, and former White House press secretary Sean Spicer. Bergeron tweeted that he earlier told producers he hoped the new season will be a joyful respite from our exhausting political climate and urged them not to have any divisive bookings. He added producers apparently disagreed. Also appearing NBA star Lamar Odom and Office star Kate Flannery. The show premieres September 16th. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
2 adults under arrest after a 5-year-old went to school with cocaine. Police in Slidell, Louisiana say the teacher saw the boy holding a bag with white powder, and a resource officer found 3 bags of cocaine. Police say they think the adults used the boy's street clothes to try to hide the drug. Simely Silicera, this is Fox News.
Fox on Tech.
There's a new way to secure your iPhone. Yubico, the maker of physical keys to access your digital devices, released the YubiKey 5CI. It's the first that will plug into the Apple iPhone's Lightning port. The key works with 6 popular password vault applications like LastPass and 1Password, so you could effectively plug in the YubiKey, unlock your password app, and never have to worry yourself with remembering the laundry list of passwords you have. Bonus, password applications have the ability to generate any kind of password you need, so you could actually create a password that you'd never even need to try to remember. Though the 5CI has both a Lightning and USB-C connector, it doesn't work with Apple's new iPad Pro, which ditched the Lightning connector in favor of USB-C. Provided there is supported software, you could use it with a USB-C enabled laptop or desktop. The hope is, going forward, more app developers will take advantage of the YubiKey on the iPhone. It sells for $70. With Fox on Tech, I'm Brett Larson, Fox News.
From the Fox News radio studios in New York City, giving you opinions and facts with a positive approach.
It's Brian Kilmeade.
Thanks so much for listening. It's the Wednesday edition of the Brian Kilmeade Show. Big hour going to the White House for Hogan Gidley. Alan Dershowitz, law professor, you know him, and he's also going to be talking about Israel, talk with those two congresswomen. Many people think Benjamin Netanyahu overstepped his bounds by telling them not to come into this country. I am not one of them, especially the way they acted in their Monday presser. And meanwhile, we got a special guest, Liz Cheney, I believe the future Speaker of the House, if she doesn't become the next senator from the state of Wyoming. So rather than keep her waiting to talk about her very important editorial today, let's get to the big three.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big Three.
Number 3.
The Trump administration will try and keep families locked up longer. That move would replace the so-called Flores settlement, which limits detention of kids to 20 days. An administration official says families are exploiting that limit, knowing they'll be released quickly if they come with kids.
Real progress on immigration, and that has been made already. More to come today as Homeland is about to roll out a brand new rule to allow families to be kept for longer than 20 days. Plus, I'll explain why the wall and help from Mexico show a possible decrease of 100,000 at the border from its high of 144,000 just a couple of months ago.
Number 2.
I support strong, meaningful background checks where people that should not have guns, people that are insane, people like that would not have guns.
We have very, very strong background checks right now, but we have sort of missing